Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Addon, and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Well, today we're going to look at a few games, because these games are a little bit weird, a little bit strange. I say that because they are games about playing animals. Yes, animals! Something really odd during my expeditions across the internet of tabletop games and beyond, I discovered that playing animals is a weirdly barren genre. Is there a reason for this? I have a few theories, but most importantly, I think that it's weird. It's weird to play an animal because we aren't animals. It's hard to think that way. It's hard to get into the mindset. You can get into the mindset of a you can get into the mindset of a dwarf, an elf. You can get into the mindset of a barbarian. You can get into investigators. You can do all of that pretty easily. You can kind of get that in your mind. But animals, that's where things get a little bit strange. It's harder to get your head in the game. And I think this because people don't. It's hard to get your head in the game. It's also hard to kind of understand what to do. Adventures don't come as easily. However, the games that I have found here today, I think do a job. I'm just gonna say a job of it. So what do I mean by there's just not a lot of these? So let's do TTRPGs where you play an animal. This is just first thing, just Google search. The first thing that comes up is Wander Home, and that's for furries. So, okay. Let's what this isn't even TTRPGs. So we gotta get rid of that. Okay. Animal friendly based RPGs. Bunnies and Burrows, which we're going to be going over today. Iron Claw. No. TMNT, that's furries again. Mouse Guard. I thought about you putting Mouse Guard in there, but that might be put out there. Cat we're going over today. Animal RPGs. There aren't many. Squirrel Attack, Tooth and Claw, The weird thing is that there's a lot of these kind of games, but they're very niche, or they're very small, or they don't go anywhere, or they're dominated by the furries. And now, I don't got anything against the furries. I don't got anything against the furries, but we need to think better. We need to think deeper. We need to become the animal. We need to become the furry. So, with my rifle and dog at my side, I'm going to go on a hunt. We are hunting down some very odd, some very strange TTRPGs about subbed, unliked, unwatched. Hey, all I'm saying, Ironside, is that if a furry can afford a $1,200 fursuit, they can afford a $20 pipe bomb in my mailbox. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, what games are we going over today? What games are we really going to be looking at? Well, we have a few. Quite a few, in fact. If I go over here, the games we're going to be looking at today. Whoop. Let me see if everything's popping up there. We're going over Bunnies and Burrows. Cat. Dinosaur stories, because don't think we can't get prehistoric animals in there. Hyperborean mice. Conan mice, because that's all we have its own thing. It's a Dog's Life. Tales from the Wood. And finally, one of the stranger ones of Woof, Meow. Yes, these are all I could find that weren't furry in some way, but I also had to compromise with Hyperborean mice. I did. That's just something I had to do. So, hello phone. Good. You're worth the $5 orange juice and sawdust dynamite. No, just saying that, hope of getting paid. Yes, all I'm saying is if furries offered me to write games, I am gonna, like, all I'm saying is, come on, pay up. I'll sacrifice myself. Sacrifice myself upon that altar. But today we're gonna be going over Bunnies and Burrows 3rd edition by Frog God Games. Now, it's kind of weird. Bunnies and Burrows has actually a pretty storied history. So what is Bunnies and Burrows? Well, it's a game about playing bunnies. Not bunny people, bunnies. As you can see, look at these pretty little buns. However, it's also a game about playing Watership Down. Now, who knows Watership Down? Well, Watership Down was an old book set in 1972. Very popular book, in fact. Still runs all the time. And as you can see... So wait, I don't need to do it. Close you? No, I don't. And as you can see, it's a very positive, very beautifully animated movie about death, about terrifying, about being a rabbit and getting mauled to death, because British children cannot be trusted. Generally speaking, this is a fairly detailed look at what being a rabbit is like, including the fact that you cannot count above 5, because you only have four things on your paw. So everything, if you were to count, let's count like a rabbit, everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1,000. And yes, they do enforce that in the game. It is very important that they enforce this in the game. But what about Bunnies and Burrows technicality? Like, well, if we go here, Bunnies and Burrows by itself actually came out in 1976. G-rated family fun. The fuck? Yeah, Watership Down's hardcore. Now, this is Bunnies and Burrows, or B&B, which came out in 1976. 1976. This is 2 years. 2 years after D&D came out officially, inspired by the 72 novel of Watership Down. 4 years after the novel came out, and 2 years after D&D came out. This is one of the earliest tabletop role-playing games ever. And it shows. So, generally speaking, the original version came out in 76. However, there was a 2nd edition in 82 by Fantasy Games Unlimited. Now, Fantasy Games Unlimited was the original publisher. Now, if we look at what these guys do now, well, they don't do much. Fantasy Games Unlimited actually kind of got fucked. Time happened. That's kind of the unfortunate thing. They just... Not a lot of money, not a lot of problems, and generally speaking, it kind of just faded over time, as with many things. However, he did revive he did revive, if I can speak correctly, he did revive the company, kind of out of his own thing. They don't really make much anymore. They release a few things every now and again, as you can kind of see in the coming soon section. Mostly it's things like Villains and Vigilantes or Bushido. It's little things that he wants to do. But as you can see, he does a lot of different games. Probably the most famous one being Villains and Vigilantes. But these were the guys who originally did, very originally did, published Bunnies and Burrows. However, time makes fools of us all. And what occurred in the 90s is that 3rd edition came out. More accurately, GURPS, Bunnies and Burrows, which is kind of an odd duck because you consider that this is technically the 3rd edition of the game right here. It was published by Steve Jackson Games because he really enjoyed it, and the rest is history. However, time makes fools of us all, and in 2019, Frog God Games unleashed the 3rd edition of the game. Now, this actually had a Kickstarter, because they always have Kickstarters. And this is Bunnies and Burrows 3rd edition Kickstarter. They actually raised barely anything, $36,000 with $12,000 goal. And it's going to talk about being a fucking rabbit. Like, this is what this game is about. Can't you just count with multiple paws? Rabbits are stupid, Munchkin. Rabbits are really dumb. But yeah, these guys, Frog God Games, who, mind you, Frog God Games makes everything. These guys are really popular, mostly in, like, I would say the OSR, kind of the 5e, Pathfinder. They do a lot of D20 stuff. This is what they do. This is what they've built their model off of. Like, if we do 5th edition, what things have they done for 5th edition? Well, here's the Lost Lands, Repenarturk, the Tome of Alchemy, Tangle Manar, and mind you, there are 13 pages of these. They have Pathfinder stuff, they have system neutral stuff. Bunnies and Burrows has the reference sheet and some adventure paths. Yeah, not exactly the favorite account. I don't know what the story... I could not find a good story on why this company in particular decided that they wanted to publish Bunnies and Burrows. I have genuinely no idea. Unless the original people contacted them, because strangely enough, as you can kind of see right here, it's designers B. Dennis Sustare and Scott Robinson. Now, if we go here, they got the original writers of the book, of 1st edition, and I believe 2nd edition, to come back and write 3rd edition. Now, you see that doctor there? That Dr. B. Dennis Sustare and Dr. Scott Robinson? Well, these guys are, well, you know, professionals in more ways than one. These guys really know what they're doing. These guys are, he is actually a full-on doctor who's been doing stuff. And designer Penguin Products, principal video game designer for Coleco. He also has a PhD in biology from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, worked on BAA Systems, British Defense and Aerospace Company for 20 years, and served in the U.S. Navy. This guy's done a lot. But what other games has he done? What games has this man done? Well, nothing. He has done nothing. These are both for Labyrinth Lord, these 2 city books, and this is Swordbearer. I have genuinely no idea what the fuck this is, and doesn't look like anyone else really does either. These are just 2 of his games that he wrote a long-ass time ago. He hasn't really written anything else. If we go to 3rd edition, right here. The other one is Robinson. Robinson is really no better. Same idea. Never really wrote anything else. But if we go here, Scott R. Robinson. This is Scott Robinson. He is a graduate field in field ethology and evolutionary biology from Wisconsin-Madison. Same place. That's where they met each other. And behavioral neuroscience from Oregon State. He is a doctor. Like, he is a full-on doctor, and I really haven't found anything else on him. You know, and you see a lot of this stuff where he talks about it, but he hasn't really designed anything else. Like, they're best known for working on Bunnies and Burrows. And they did. They worked on Bunnies and Burrows. That is what they did. Let's see. Yeah, are they biologists? Yes, they are biologists. They are workers. They are pretty much people who specialize in animals. And it's actually very interesting. Now, fun thing here. Now, Bunnies and Burrows 3rd edition came out officially in 2019. It's about 2 years old at this point. And it's an Electrum seller, as you can kind of see there in the corner. Now, what does Electrum seller actually mean? Well, let's actually do a little bit of looking. Well, if we do a drive through RPG metal tiers, it's a little bit back and forth of what the actual times is, but Electrum is 250 plus copies sold. 250. And the Kickstarter isn't exactly extensive with 36,000, and most of them, I would say there's probably about 500, 600 people. Actually, probably about, let's be honest with ourselves here. there aren't actually that many people. There's probably maybe about 1,000 people who actually have bought this book. If we assume that every single one of these backers bought the book. Now, mind you, this isn't dealing with physical books, of course. That always gets a little bit hinky. And we don't have sales products from Frog God Games, but like just generally seeing what we can see, this isn't exactly a multi-billion-dollar game. And it's that for a reason. Let's just say that. But let's get into the game itself. We're here to talk about the game and what it's about. So, we've established this. Here's all this information, a little bit more interesting things. And now, the smart individual can understand, wow, that's a lot of stuff. And the answer is yes, it is a lot of stuff. So let me just bring up Lumo the bunny here. Yes, this is the character sheet. As you can see, this is Lumo. He is a bunny. If it looks really low quality, because it is. So we've got all of this. Now, there's a lot of stuff in this game. I'm going to say that right now. There's a lot of stuff. It's 223, it's effectively 224 pages. However, we're really only going to be going up to about page 90-ish, 93-ish, because that's kind of the end. It goes into the Game Master stuff, but we're going to quickly go over that just because it's very interesting. And finally, here is some very interesting artwork. Here's Weed Bunny. And telling the story of all the The artwork is generally pretty okay. There's some weird bits in here. You're all going to enjoy this bunny with me. Get ready, kids. Note Bunny Shop. So, welcome to Bunnies and Burrows. And they're going to pretty much say, like, nothing has much changed. Everything has been enhanced. As well as having the full herbalism system. And, the bestiary, the original version, and what is this game at the end of the day? It is a 1d6 system. Yes, a 1d6 system. Now, you may be wondering, no, Pat, what the fuck do you mean it's a 1d6 system? It's exactly what you say. Most of the time, you're going to be rolling a single d6, trying to reach over a certain value. Now, this does mean that sometimes these get a little bit complicated, and you're only going to really be adding maybe a 1 or 2 bonus to things. Because, and let me re-emphasize this for everyone real fast, you're a fucking rabbit. You are not competent in anything, really. You are a rabbit. You are designed to run away and eat grass. So, most of the characters are going to be built up of their traits. You kind of see right here. Strength, speed, intelligence, agility, constitution, mysticism, smell, and charisma. Now, you generate these by rolling 3d6. And it's 3d6 down the line. And this is your base genetics. Yes, these are fundamental. These will never change. You're going to be taking your 3d6, you will roll, and you will determine what you got. So if you roll a 3, you have a 3, and you are helpless. And it's maybe a good idea to re-roll. Which, it's like, oh, okie dokie then. Okie dokie. Now, as you can see here, Lumo, he rolled almost pathetically average. He only has 3 13s, a 10, 8, 9, 8, 12, and 12. I went straight down the line. He's strong, he's fast, and he's fairly charismatic. However, the big thing comes in with the level system, as that's how you're going to level up. Every level you take, you're going to get a +1 to that, whatever that attribute is, but not your actual base attribute. It's pretty much saying, I want to buy a +1 to my strength, or I want to buy a +1 to my charisma. That's really all that is. Nothing too exciting there. Now, mind you, some of these actually have limits based on your just genetic predisposition. Simply because, as you can see right up here for the max level, because I only have a 10 in my intelligence, because I only have 10, I can only go up to level 5 in it. I can only get a +5 maximum. But I can go to a +6 on my strength, my speed, and my charisma. However, when you get things such as even lower, such as if you have a sub 7 or if you have a sub 7, which means you can only go up to 4. So if you're not genetically predispositioned to something, you're genetically, as we say, fucked. Yeah, only 1d6. Very simple. Really smart rabbit. Yeah, these are probably out of all the games you're going to go over today, this is probably one of the more hardcore ones. And when we'll get to that, when I get to that, it's like this game is going to appeal to somebody. You know, very simple traits. You know, 6 or less, you get a trait bonus of 0, 7 and 12. Yeah, so only if you roll pretty well are you going to get actually even a trait bonus. Now, mind you, this is also 3d6, which rolling an 18 is going to be very hard. So your trait rating determines trait level plus the base bonus of the trait. All right, pretty simple. Pretty easy, not complicated into the slightest. You get 2 advancement points to begin with, so you don't get that much, but that's fine. Like, to me, I decided with Lumo the Bunny to make him as simple as possible. Lumo the Bunny is not a complicated creature. Now, there was actually another version of this game. It was called the Bunnies and Burrows Light, which, interestingly enough, if I go here, Bunnies and Burrows Light was also published by Frog God Games, actually a little bit earlier. And this is it's a light version of the game. An incredibly small, easy to learn system for 50 cents. Originally, it was free. A 4-page rules folio and a printed battle board PDF. I couldn't really find the light version, and it might be there somewhere. You can probably find it if you look hard enough. But generally speaking, I've heard good. It's like this was exactly what it says it is. It's a light version. It's 4 pages condensing down 224 of them. Now, I can click the button. God damn it. So yeah. So they're going to tell you actually how to convert everything over, which is actually fairly important. So you want to make a trait from scratch, that's how you do it. Not exactly complicated. Now, the big thing is each class, you could say, is tied to an attribute. There are 8 classes: Fighter, Runner, Scout, Maverick, Empath, Seer, Herbalist, and Storyteller. All of them do something slightly different, but all of them kind of do a replay of Bunnies and Burrows. Narration during the camping, God. Bunnies and Burrows, but it's just hardcore, but it's just like filmed like a nature documentary. The abilities of each profession are detailed in the section and the properties of the traits. Alright, now this is a very unique version, is that there are options to play in non-bunny characters, which automatically makes this game shit garbage and should be thrown in the garbage can where it belongs. No. More options are always good, but they're going to tell you exactly how to do it. And here's the, how to migrate all your characters over just right. Most things get moved over pretty accurately. Sometimes they don't. Now, they're going to go over how everything works. Now, it does the very fun thing, what a lot of old games do. I can click the right damn thing. We're like, here's your jumping rating. And don't worry. You jump horizontally, your strength rating +1, and rabbit body length about 30 centimeters or 1 foot. Thus, with only a strength rating of 1, you can jump across a half-meter stream. However, jumping across a full meter requires at least strength of 3. For a vertical jump, its maximum distance is half the horizontal jump. Alright, damage in combat. Alright, pretty simple. Carrying another rabbit and moving heavy objects. This is literally how you are going to do this. This is a full system dedicated to this. And it's based on their con rating. If you're greater than equal of their con rating, you're going to be able to carry them. If they're not, you're going to require 2 rabbits to pull them to safety. And it gets a little bit complicated. So each point of strength is about 0.5 kilograms. And you can nudge an object 3 times as heavy. Now, this is one of the things that's really weirdly laid out, is that they say, here's the attribute, here's all of these things, and then it gives you the profession. And the profession is going to tell you what it is. Like, this is the class underneath their desired attribute. So, for example, this is the warrior. He has a few abilities. In pursuit, they may vault over minor obstacles. In combat, they may rip after a successful bite. Fighters may vault over major objects, double attack, and at strength level 6, the fighter may attempt a killing blow. Now, what does this actually mean? So, when you, instead of having like being level 3 bunny or something, you're going to have to invest in your levels here. If I want to be a better warrior, I need to invest in my strength tree. But if I want to be faster, I'm going to need to invest in my speed tree. And you're just going to continuously kind of build these up however you wish. That's pretty much it. It's a little bit complicated, it's a little bit weird, but it kind of works for what they're going for. It's pretty much saying, are you better at what you said you're going to do? So what is the main objective of the game beyond being a meme? Well, the main objective of Bunnies and Burrows is to tell a story of bunnies and burrows. It's a little bit weird when you think about it like that. But at the end of the day, it's a game about going on an adventure, and something happens, and something will inevitably happen. For example, your burrow has been rained out. You're going to have to migrate. You're going to need to migrate pretty damn far. Everyone gathers up, and you make an expedition that way, trying to find a new home. You have to now deal with predators, you have to deal with people, you have to deal with a lot of different things. It's a natural story, and that's kind of the point. It may not be in the, I'm going to find the treasure or something. It's not really that. It's not about finding treasure or anything, it's about finding good food, or it's about trying to stop someone from, hurting your friends. Little bit higher-minded, we'll say, but also not. But all right, we have our basic abilities and stuff, and some of these. This is where some things get a little bit weird. Now, this all seems very standard, and the thing is, it's not very complicated. However, you do get a lot of these, how I want to say, if and or but effects. If a fighter succeeds in holding her adversary, the next attack she may use the special attack Rip. If X occurs, then Y will occur. You get a lot of those, and when you have everything in front of you, it's not that complicated. But when all the systems come together, it's like, okay, am I making sure that I'm doing X, Y, and Z right? Make sure that I'm doing A, B, C right. Some groups are going to be able to do that really well. Not every group. Like, I don't think, I love my guys to death. I don't think they'd be able to handle this very well. So, then we have things like killing blow, extreme damage. So, speed is all about how fast you can go, how much you can go, and your movement, because this is actually a hex crawl game as well. There's an extensive hex crawling system in it. And it's going to tell you about your basic defense bonus, how you can climb, because guess what? Rabbits don't climb. That's just not a thing. Because guess what, everybody? You don't have thumbs. You're a fucking rabbit. What do you expect? And they have the runner class, and their main thing is that they can, use the combo ability, they can use speed burst, combining dodge and attack, and using the intercept move as well. Intelligence is really good because you can spot predators with it. Intelligence isn't really what I would say is like intelligence in this game, like you would normally think. It's more about perception and understanding. A minor but distinct difference, because it's like spotting predators, spotting traps, freeing trapped rabbits. That's when you're going to be rolling intelligence. Mostly because the intelligence class is actually the scout, which we would normally think like, oh, scout, agility. No, scout is actually intelligence. you got to find out where you're going and make sure you don't die. Now, scent marks, add an int bonus, the smell rating, the scouts get an intelligence bonus for a bunch of things. You have flash tail, and all of these have different effects in different phases of the game. Now, flash tail, for example, may attempt to confound a pursuer by suddenly flashing their bright underside of its tail. Flash tail is performed while running, making the scout very conspicuous for a moment. When the tail is suddenly hidden, the rabbit momentarily disappears from the pursuer. Flash tail may only be used if the scout is the principal target of the pursuit and must be used if the scout enters an obstacle. The effect of a successful tail flash is the pursuer to lose track of the fugitive, forcing it either to switch to a new target or stop and remain in the same hex require the original target. Then we have evaluating components. Agility is more like your ability to manipulate. Very different. What happens if you play if you play a goat? You don't. If we want to trap rabbits. You're not. When I said you are playing a rabbit, you are playing a goddamn rabbit. Can you play a goat? No. Of the other animals, nothing larger really than a rabbit is playable. Nothing really that much larger. Now, agility is important because it's your chance to actually hit. And throwing items, being able to do constructions, applying herbs in combat, camouflage and disguise. Yeah, agility is really good. As you can see, you also have the ability to grasp Man-Thing, because Man-Thing is anything that people make, such as grips. Your constitution is how much health you have, your danger when you're actually dying, your healing ability, and this is what I mean by this is a very detailed game about rabbits. Cecotropes. The digestive system of rabbits require a second pass for full nutritional benefits. Unlike cows that have special stomachs for fermentation and that chew and re-swallow cud for efficient digestion, or horses that have a poor breakdown of cellulose and so have to eat a large amount of food that passes through only partly digested, rabbits use a special mean for full digestion. They expel two types of material: hard dry pellets, fecal material, and soft moist blobs that form the serum and are expelled like the hard pellets but at different times of the day. These blobs are called cecotropes and are rich in vital nutrients, vitamins, and probiotics. Rabbits eat their own cecotropes, a function called cecotrophy, for extra nutrition. This is important for a healthy diet. You can deposit cecotropes twice a day, several hours for good feeding. Eating your cecotropes allow you to recover extra HP while healing up to your con base bonus +1 per day. Although there's no stigma associated with eating your cecotropes, it's considered a high insult to suggest another rabbit eat your cecotropes. Lizards aren't allowed in my burrow. Then we have things like resisting disease. Now, this is, I posted this because I thought it was funny. The number of kids born to a pregnant doe is affected by the con base bonus. See breeding rules for details. Yes, there's a full breeding system in this game. It's not as complicated as you would think, but it's still present. Each winter. This is also your aging and dying. This is also an optional rule. If you fuck up and you pretty much, how do I want to word this? You add one in your aged years. If you roll 1d6, you add your con base bonus, you survive. However, if you don't, well, you die because it's a rabbit winter, and winters aren't friendly to animals. Now, amusingly enough, the person with the highest con is called the empath, which they can use to heal themselves as well as heal others. Yes, your healer has con as a core attribute. They are supposed to be as strong as physically possible because that makes them okay with dealing with you. Yep. Also, you at level 6, you can attempt to restore a dead rabbit to life. Yes, you can. This is inherently a fairly magical game, hence why you have things like mysticism. and which also plays into your bravery, as you can go into shock, because that's what happens when rabbits see something horrifying. They pause. They lock up. Sense danger, rabbit riddles, the seer. Seers can go into literally a trance to find out visions. They can feign diseases. You just say you have a reroll every now and again. Tempting fate, which you just go gamer mode and try to, you know, get something, try to manipulate luck. You can also identify scat with smell. Yeah, this is a fairly detailed one, and there are multiple languages. Don't forget, there are multiple languages. So, for example, rabbit, there's rabbit, dog, cat, weasel, chatters, nibblers, grubblers, ramblers, hoofers, raptors, perchers, strutters, waders, coldies, fishies, and crawlies. It is impossible to know the language of bats, worms, or humans. So, Lumo here, Lumo has the language of coldies. He can speak to the frogs. If you don't have a language, you can't speak to them because you don't understand them. Pretty simple. Communication. Finding a mate. Wink. The role of stories. The passing off knowledge to the offspring. And learning how to enthrall people. Learning how to confuse people. Now, non-rabbit creatures. There are only a few, and you only get one class. That's the big thing. You only get one class. How can a bunny... Why is there so much shit in this game? Oh, we haven't seen anything yet, Ironside. You haven't seen a goddamn thing. Why is there shit eating in this game? Because that is how rabbits work. That is a function of rabbit biology. And if you are a PhD in fucking rabbits, you're gonna know that's how it works, and you're gonna have to write it in. There's actually a reason in, like, it's effectively, bats use echolocation more than anything, so you can't understand them, and rabbits are stupid. Speak liberal. Oh, you're magic bunnies. Yes, you are technically magic bunnies, but also not magic bunnies at the same time. It's... So, all your non-rabbits. These are the non-rabbits. Everyone kind of gets their own language, and here's how you roll all your attributes, such as the raccoon. Now, the idea is concerning bandits. Mugwort the rabbit says, I suppose a trash panda isn't bad to have with you in a tight spot, what with their long eye and serious attitude, but all that twittering and what's with all washing their food? Can't they just eat grass like a normal animal? Yeah, I have no idea why this is in here. I have zero fucking clue why they went out of their way to add in trash panda, which... You're a fucking rabbit. If they were like, yeah, I don't get, like, the... Why is a bunny calling a raccoon a trash panda? You ants, I don't fucking know. Who knows? That one threw me for a loop when I first read it. I sat there, I'm like, what? No. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's kind of a... It's one of those weird things where I have a strange feeling that they may say, like, these guys wrote it. Like, here's the authors. Here's all these things. I have a strange feeling Krista Collins or some other people writing did some backup work, let's say. Let's just say backup work. And added in things, because this is a big fucking book. And they put in it funny, because it's weird, because you realize it's capitalized. And it's like, is that like a holdover? Is that like supposed to be that way? It's a little bit weird. But yes, they get primary strength. Limited traits are mysticism, charisma, everything else. This is being bandit. Bandits are very good at getting to things. Intruder mode, they receive +2 to their agility rating for overcoming man-thing obstacles, such as trash can lids or doggy doors. It's not applied to other tasks. And they get a very special kind of they get their own very special kind of class abilities and their own very special kind of objects that they get. The jackrabbits are a little bit different. So the finest find boxer, jump kick, dash without tiring, box, because they can box. Chipmunks are called the spy, which they can enter automatic stealth mode. Simply declare to the GM you are moving with stealth and automatic. Facing changing bonuses, double jumps, find hidden entries, because you're a fucking chipmunk. Skunks, the burglar. Oh, I wish I had the fingers of a stink kitty. Like, alright, stink kitty. No, I think Frog God Games did kind of some editing themselves, because they were probably like, here it is. Because these guys aren't young, like, they're doing their own thing. Stink kitty. Essence peddlers are good with their hands. They can fiddle with tight, twisty man things out of a big, clanky man thing. Yeah, here are skunks. You can spray and power spray at level 3 agility. With short rooting in from handstand. Disassemble man thing. Manipulation bonus. They can't climb trees and are good diggers. Very important. Porcupine. They are the guardian. Yeah, they're big and they're scary. And then we have possums. Yes, we have possums and their ability of feign death and rapid breeding. Here's the possum. You could play a possum in this game if you really want to. And rapid breeding is actually very important. It's pretty much, after 3d6 young are born in just 12 days, and they are immediately migrate to their mother's pouches, to handwarmer pouches. The young joeys stay in the pouch nursing for about 2.5 months, and then may crawl out to be carried on their mother's back or tail. And the entire time the joeys are in the pouch, the mother's mysticism rating is 1 point higher. At 5 to 6 months of age, the young are capable of breeding. An adult can have 3 litters per year. Implant, yeah, they have the ability to implant thoughts. And then we have armadillos, who are traders. Yeah, armadillos trade. They are, yeah, exceptional, cannot bite, they cannot climb trees, find hidden, they have natural armor, they may roll up. Yeah, they have the ability to ignore combat. Just say, no, no, you cannot hurt me, go away. And then we have squirrels, the grifters. But yeah, that's all the basic class. No birds. Yep, no birds. No anything. No rats even. Very, very, very to the point. Let's just say that. But here's the thing. These classes they're there for fun. Like they're there to say that we have additional options. Are you gonna play them really in the Bunnies and Burrows game? Not really. Not really. So let's do this. Oh no, natural rabbits. You know, player click to it. Then time, scale, and terrain. Scale a few meters. Habitat features a few hundred meters. Boy, large above ground map. So yep, they're going to tell you they want you to build a hex. They want you to build a hex map, and they're going to tell you all about the hex map. And each of them is going to have moisture, temperature, and elevation. Different risks and rewards. So, for example, we could have an orchard into a farm, but we're right next to a nice grassland, but on the very far side there's a rocky hillside. We live in the nice grassland, kind of put up against the hillside, so we're not scared. We always go to the farm though, and Farmer John doesn't like us very much. Different flora and fauna, vicinal food based on the water, topography, and microclimates. markedly day and night. Dice and skill checks. Yes, you roll with a 6-sided dice. Yep. Whenever you need to make a check, you roll 1d6 plus your trait rating versus the difficulty value. These are the difficulty values. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Now, a starter level rabbit, when you first start the game, you can pretty much do a... You can, I wouldn't say reliably, but you can do an easy check. You're going to get extra fucked. But yeah. At the end of the day, if you don't have skills and things, and you're not going to really have many skills when you first start out the game, you're going to have to just make an easy check on most things, or a moderate check. So, not having those skills make those very difficult. So, if you roll anything less than a 4, pretty much if you hit 50-50 if you're on easy checks, or a 1 in 6 for moderate ones. You can't even succeed at hard, expert, or virtuoso checks early game. You can barely succeed at an easy check. Now, add everything together, and then you have ordinary activities. Movement and foraging. Here's the movement rate. Normal movement rates are determined by the rabbit's movement allowed. 2 plus speed base bonus. Scanning and posting. Sleeping. Grooming. Grooming is important. You must groom. Because if you do not groom, you're going to get ticks, or you're going to get fleas, and you're going to get sick, and then you're going to die. Because that's what rabbits do. Detective grooming requires only 1 minute to perform. It removes pests before they can become a bigger problem. Then you have sleeping. Then you have scanning and posting. Scanning is very important. Scanning is just looking around. Posting means you stand up. You're more visible, but you can see them better. Very important. And don't forget, we have friendly competitions, games, and play. Very important. The rabbits chase each other around. They're learning. And as such, sprinkled throughout the books are fucking mini games. These are legitimate little side rules for games that you can play right now in the game to either teach you a system or to resolve something. These ones, for Steady Now, quite literally are to determine things that wouldn't without violence. Dice on one finger. Sit down and hold one hand in front, palm down with your fingers splayed out, not touching. So, when a player says add one, you pick up a 6-sided dice and balance it on the top of one of your fingers. Ah. Dice cannot touch the knuckle of your hand nor an adjacent finger. When everyone has their die balance, say add one. Do this again. You're okay if it touches the first time, but cannot touch an adjacent finger. If your dice falls off the finger, you are out. Keep going until only one player is left and wins and takes a token, saying you won. This is very difficult, by the way. Then we have dice. Yeah, this is like an entire section here, and it's like, okay. Oh god, here's detection of hazards and environmental features, detecting states of other characters. Because the entire idea is you're not supposed to get the information directly. You don't roll an intelligence check to say, I have this. It's about clues. And it's saying, detecting pests, which are a nuisance and can cause diseases. Detecting potential environments. So most of the time, you're trying to find clues. Usually notice changes, like there's a pile of rocks that wasn't there yesterday. Those are the kind of things that you're doing. Signs that hazards are present, which is all about detecting pests. Don't worry, here's the entire section for detecting pests. So if you say, hey, I want to look for that you may have ticks, you're going to roll, and if you succeed, you're going to look, say, okay, you can see he has bites or little stings, and you have And the clouds of flying insects surround. You know, there's an insect kind of buzzing around. He's got something. Automatically detected upon grooming. So to get in the habit of grooming themselves from time to time. Yes. You're going to groom. Actively search for pests. Identify the pests. You detect the clue. Yeah, a lot of clue detecting. Detecting state of other characters. Visible wounds. Smell of blood. Usual posture. All of these don't use the traditional system necessarily. These use you're going to roll. So you're going to say, I want to detect something here. You're going to first make the roll. You're going to say, I succeed or failed. Sometimes you're going to just be able to detect it right away. Hey, you're unusually motionless. Something is wrong. Or hey, I can see visible wounds. You have a fever. You have red eyes. Something is wrong. So, if I want to say that detect that you might have red eyes, and GM might say, okay, make me an intelligence check. I'm going to roll. I'm going to add my bonus of 1. I rolled a 5. Okay. So you can see that he has red eyes, and he's moving kind of unusually. He's not sneezing. He's not injured or anything. He's just got red eyes, and he's moving weird. So it's like, something is wrong here. I need to find something out more. And you can't detect some handicaps, such as being confused, enthralled, fascinated, or poisoned. So, you declare an attempt to actively find, do I smell blood on him? Particular clue is present, informs you automatically. You don't do that, you must roll. And don't worry, there's more. There's smell signs of physical disease. It's an int check, automatic for empath, automatic for herbalists, automatic for seers, automatic for storytellers. Detecting man things, detecting environmental risks, food and energy. Here's the entire food system, which most of the time the food system boils down to, as long as you are guaranteed to have it, you'll be fine unless you don't have it. What I'm trying to get across here, more than anything, is that there's a lot here. Such as the prized food, because yes, you have an economy for the rabbits, and mostly based off of the acorn economy. Now, your acorn has a trade value of 1 lettuce. The lettuce has a value of 1 acorn, and you want prized food. Prized food is good. You're going to be able to eat better. It's a lot better for you, and it's a lot good. And it's very good. It's eat good. Life is great. So, I have an acorn. I want to trade this for a lettuce head because I can eat this lettuce head. I'm happy. However, I want to trade for more oats. So I'm going to hand my thing of oats over to you in exchange for 4 acorns, in which I can exchange those 4 acorns later for an apple and eat the apple. But an apple's worth 4 carrots, so why don't I just get 4 carrots? But this isn't also talking about truffles. Truffles, ooh. I get a truffle, I can make money. Money! But the wigglers are going to be bought by magpies and armadillos. So, if you do this correctly, what you want to do is you want to get your wigglers and your slugs and then sell those to the armadillos. Once you sell those to the armadillos, they're going to be able to get you something that you want. That's your trade value. Same with magpies. Getting shiny things can give it to the magpies, which they're going to give you more things for. There's an entire economy based off fucking acorns. Research searching closely, you killed the other 2 rabbits who turned into Django. You mean... Yeah, well, yeah. You are rabbits, but there is an economy. Well, it's not really an economy necessarily, as it's, you want to eat this. You're trading 4 carrots or 8 acorns to get an apple so you can eat the apple because you want it. And there's a campaign based, you can have a campaign based off, there's an asshole who literally eats a bunch of apples. And you all want to find out where he gets his apple stash. Because he's a rich man, because he can eat really good. And you're like, where is this fool? I need him. Or what happens when you find a truffle patch? There's 3 or 4 truffles all around. We'll eat like kings. But turns out other people want it, and you ate the wrong truffle, because that truffle actually belongs to another Warren. Now they want to kill you. Because, yeah, you can't, like, carry this around, really. There's no backpack or anything. When you trade an acorn for a head of lettuce, it's you and your friends sitting there chewing on some fucking lettuce. Chewing on some blackberries. Because that's what you want. Ta-da! It's you trading with a magpie for them to deliver you carrots. Capitalism is natural. Yeah, it's rabbit capitalists. And then they're going to go over pests and parasites, which each of them do something different, mind you. Am I saying that each of these do things like, can you get roundworms, leeches, flukes, ticks, mites, warbleflies, fleas, mites, biting flies, there's some... Yeah, all of the leeches, brainworms, mosquitoes, all of these do something different. And depending on where you are, you're going to roll different parasites. So, let's say we're in our grassland home. Everything is so fine and dandy, but you ate something you weren't supposed to. Oh no, we have biting flies now. We're going to have to deal with the biting flies. And yeah, all of these do something slightly different. Warble flies are very dangerous. They lay eggs on your skin. That remains in a large-scale hex where they are first encountered. For the first 10 minutes, protective grooming and every other minute is the only way to prevent flies from laying the eggs. After 1 hour, the newly hatched larva warbles burrow into the skin, causing boil-like lesions. Each warble inflicts 1 point of damage every hour that it remains alive. Warbles cannot be removed by grooming and must be driven out by herbal treatment or bitten out. Each warble that is bitten is a result of 1/2 of normal damage inflicted. The adult warblefly emerges from the body of the host, whether alive or dead, and takes up residence wherever they may be, including the warren. So, health-wise, I have 13 health. I have 13 hit points max. You don't actually get many hit points. That's the point. You're not really supposed to get many hit points. So let's say you have 4 warbles burrowing into your skin, and every hour you're taking 4 damage. You're going to last 4 hours, as your skin is literally eaten alive. What? What, you don't want fun? Isn't this fun, guys? Isn't this a fun thing about what happens to rabbits when they get bitten by warbles? Come on. It's natural. It's something that we gotta do. Biting insects, and don't forget about the diseases. Later, again, you have 24 hours to cure a disease, because after 48 hours, permanent consequences may result. If you're 1d6 plus the con rate must exceed the infectivity of the disease. The snuffles. You might get a fever, and then you get complaint, and the common cold. You effectively get the rabbit common cold. Brainworms. DV8. If you are not high enough level, you will not succeed at actually dealing with it. Causing brainworms migrating into the brain. Brainworms. Eggs infest the host forage near raccoons or skunks or their lairs. Early symptoms. Head tilt, usually to the left. Pregnant females abort litters. No other symptoms, except when trying to run. When attempting to run, the victim instead hops in a circle to the left. Driven out by treatment of life melt, garlic, or pest flour, prepared at twice the normal potency. Advanced preparation. If treated before 48 hours, no lasting symptoms. After 48 hours, symptoms persist until treated with... Oh, let's see. Rabies, rabbit fever, alpalettes, that bumblefoot, white blindness, leprosy. There's an entire system for leprosy in armadillos. Well, you don't want armadillo leprosy? Yeah, no, this game, when I said this game is pretty hardcore, I'm not lying. Because here's the weather system. Here's how encounters work. Because, yeah, this is a random encounter kind of game. You're going to be encountering random ass animals. And there's going to be some times when things go wrong. Let's say we're in our grassland. Let's see who's going to show up. Let's see who's going to make us a visit. We're adventuring about. We're going on our little rabbit business and see what's going on. We're going to roll. Let's see. Oh, we rolled a 16. Now, 16, we have ants. Lots of ants. How are we going to do with ants? Well, there's a few things we can do about ants. Well, we're going to have to deal with them, and those are scary, because ants are going to probably eat our face. But if it was during the night, well, we just meant a Bengal cat. A feral cat that probably wants to kill us. We're going to have to deal with that. Actually, no, 16 would be a gopher snake. We've encountered a gopher snake. The attack of the corgis. Yes, getting attacked by a goddamn corgi is actually a danger in this game. Because, you are a rabbit. That's why things like, oh, you're in the orchard and a farm cat shows up. Farm cats are going to hurt. Farm cats are going to show up and they're going to deal with you. And they're going to be mean. They're going to bite you. They're going to chase you down. And they're going to kill you. And what are you going to do? Fight back? You're a rabbit. That cat's scary. And when the farm cat limps home, if you do gang up on him a little bit and try to fight back, yeah, it ain't gonna go too hot. Someone's gonna get hurt. And then Farmer John comes out with a fucking stick and hits one of you over the head and cracking your skull into 5 pieces, and you die limp, and you die not knowing, seeing your brain matter on the ground. You see where things get a little bit complicated. And don't forget, there's always going to be a number of them. Always encountered in group predators with teamwork, always hunt in groups. Because if the party level is 10 or more, because it's all determined by party level as well. Because we have to keep balanced in the world. Which, the bigger, you're going to encounter bigger enemies, more enemies. You're going to encounter more predators. You're going to encounter what the age is all about. What the wandering rabbits, what they're going to be composed of. What are the traps and hazards you're going to be encountering? All the natural hazards you're going to be rushing into with. So, don't worry, here's another mini game. Here's Ice Crack, which is going to teach you about movement. Why is this here? I do not know, but here it is. Now, this is the important part. Gonna be statistics. Farm cats are mean. But they're going to be the ones that are going to be doing. But this is predatores. Predators. Scary things. The things that want to eat you. Foxes, coyotes, weasels, ferrets, hawks, eagles, owls. Bleed. They want to kill you. They want to eat you because that's what they want to do. And the idea is that you have to spot them. First you spot them. And then you have to make sure they spot you. There's 2 distances. There's safe, which you can see them. They can see you. They may not be able to see you, and you can get the fuck out of dodge. And then you can close close, which they're on you, and they're going to do it. If you even fail to see them at close distance, there's a good chance, if you fail to see them at close distance, there's a good chance they're going to leap on you and get surprised. And every single one of you is going to have to roll a d6 and see if you don't get surprised. If you get surprised, you're going to enter shock, and which means you're going to not act for 1d6 combat rounds. And as your friend is jumped on and getting ripped apart by a fox, you stand there, gap-jawed, crying out in pain because you are like, oh god, oh god, oh god. And then you go to the extended rule. This is the pursuit system, how to close the gap, how to set up pursuits, which leads to the pursuit board. Yes, this is an entire different system called the pursuit board. This is going to show you how to get the fuck out of Dodge. Now, the goal is for you to get to these green areas. That is how you get out. You need to get out there. You see these little green areas? That is how you're going to get out, because the predator is going to show up here, on the far side here, or far side there. And you need to run. You need to get out. And there's the entire system for it. This is not the battle map. If they get close, then you enter the battle map. But here, you do not. This is you avoiding it. This is you running away. First, you gotta place all the tokens right. Place the tokens for hostile rabbits. Place the tokens for obstacles. Cool. Alright. Determine the initial pursuit distance. It's pretty much seeing how far away from them you are from them, which could mean quite a bit, especially if they're hawks and can find you from 14 tiles away, who are going to dive bomb you, pick you up, and slash your throat. Have fun. It's great. And the idea is for, they give you tips for fugitives, because the big thing about bunnies and burrows is that you cannot move necessarily as you would think. You're going to be moving straight. Have you ever seen a rabbit flip around, turn on their heels? No, you haven't. Animals can't do that. Animals can't flip on a dime very easily. They move and they turn. Because that's what happens when you're a lateral creature. When you have 4 legs, it's a little bit harder just to flip around on your heels. Rabbits are no different, especially because of how they're built. You gotta go forward and turn, which are all different, mind you. You cannot just flip around. All your predators are also doing the exact same thing, as you can kind of see here in the danger zone. So they're going to be able to pursue you pretty quickly. They're able to also turn, because the thing is, most predators are faster than you. They're faster, but they are not smarter. They're going to be moving in a very direct manner. They see you, they're going to make a beeline toward the target. Everyone else scrambles. You, now the target. You need to dodge. You need to get the hell out of here. So you're bobbing and you're weaving and you're using those special abilities to maneuver around. If there's an obstacle, you jump over the obstacle and you put something between you. You tail flash and have them stop as they don't know where you are anymore. It's the idea, and they're going to find you. They don't want you to get hide on your heels. They're going to be able to box them in, because you want to keep things away, but you also want to split up, but you also want to stay together, because it's all about being an animal. Remember, this is not a game about playing adventures. This is a game about being a fucking rabbit. Now, obstacles, movement, running, flying, and how all of these kind of work together. This is also an optional system. You don't need to do this, but I just wanted to show this based entirely off of how detailed this section can be. And they're trying to move around. It's about the predator kind of making it going back and forth, how they want to make a decision for it. Do they go left? Do they go right? Because they're going to be operating on their own ideas, while you are not. Because you get things such as speed, like basic fugitive tactics, like speed burst, zigzags, dust ups, jink, pass betweens, twisting, or just freezing, or the last ditch effort in which you can possibly fuck everybody over. Then you have the special ones, such as vaulting, having combos, flashtail, tumbles, second winds, feign disease, disperse herbs, even things like jump kicking. In which, mind you, pursue tactics for predators. They also have different ones that are going to be slightly different things. So, such as, for example, one of my favorite one, which was... slap. Striking the forepaw at a fugitive is one of the 3 adjacent hexes in front of the pursuer. Slapping prey is effective increasing tension and clouding the fugitive's judgment. Target that is slapped may not attempt any tactical maneuver. It may not pivot more than 1 hex side during the fugitive's next round. Effect wears off the end of the fugitive's next round of movement. Effectively, you rush up, you bash them over you put them on their heels a little bit. They aren't moving very well, so that you can go in there faster and you can grab them by the neck and snap it. Some of these can get very intricate, and this is an entire intricate system all about it. Then we don't forget about the mini games, because we always gotta have the fucking mini games. We have the other animals and fucking high rabbit. Now this is combat. Combat is weird. I don't know about combat. Combat is tactical rabbit combat is very strange. And I'm gonna do my best to explain it to you all, because tactical rabbit combat is probably one of the stranger things I've ever encountered. So let's do this. So it takes place on the battle board, because yes, it has a board. It has a very specific board that you must use. Want to fight each other. Okay. Basic rule. Each side identifies up to 3 combatants to enter the fight. The others watch from the side unless certain options are available. Because if you have a group of 4, someone, legally, by rules, cannot join the fight. Now, I understand what they're kind of going for here, but it's still stupid. Okay, 2. Tokens are placed on the battle board to represent the starting location of each combatant. Each combatant player is also place a combat tactics card besides their character card to keep track of actions during the battle. Combat proceeds in a series of rounds in which combatants has a turn to act based on their initiative, which is the aggressor getting the initiative bonus of +1 in the first round. If the aggressor achieves surprise, the first round is free, and combat therefore begins the second round. Each character in the combat chooses a combat tactic by placing a marker on the CTC. The player may converse during this step, which, though it must be allowed, representing communication between the characters. This must be used in coordinated attacks, so it may provide useful information to the opponents. Sequence of initiative. Each character takes his or her turn playing move or action combination using the combat tactic they chose in step 4 and resolving the combat during that turn. Attack and defend dice rolls are made as indicated in the combat sequence details described below. A handicap. Next round then begins. So, what is the combat card? Well, if we go all the way down here, the combat card are these. And I'm going to use the... Yeah. These are the combat cards, in which they're going to tell you about what you're doing, how you're going to be doing it. It's like you putting a marker saying, I'm going to use the claw and cuff, and here's my attack die, and here's my defend die. That is something that is required. This is a required mechanic. Can you play without the combat card? Well, to a degree, you can, but it's a little bit more confusing. This is what I mean by the battle boards as well. You kind of see this a little bit more detailed. And we're going to scroll all the way back up, all the way back, all the way back up, all the way back up. So, yeah, when I say that it's a little bit weird, it's just a smidge odd. Like here, like you're using this. You have to determine random locations, in which the... there's like specifically numbered hexes that you have to use. There's the initiative value. Don't forget your combat tactics, and your turns. Your facing is also vital. If you don't use your facing correctly, you're going to take damage better. They're going to be able to hit you better. Yeah. Then you have your backing, because again, a special type of movement may go back directly 1 hex without changing phase. No special moves may be done along this and constitutes the rabbit's total movement. Backing up a space takes up movement. I didn't know Animal got just combat as a concept. They don't, which is kind of an interesting note when you look at something. When we're going to go over some of the other games that we're going to be looking over. So we have the terrain effects, and all of these do something different. Then the attack and defense dice. So, place and holders, label attack. Each round of combat, these are rolled and placed first time your rabbit either attacks or is attacked. So, you're going to roll your dice, and then you're going to say, I want to put my, let's say, I'm going to roll, I rolled a 6 and a 3, and I'm attacking. I can put my 6 in there as my attack. I'm being aggressive. I want to go sicko mode, but that 3 now has to be applied for my defense. If I get attacked too much, well, that's just going to keep going down. I may be fucked. But I can be really aggressive, and maybe that's going to be the same thing that saves me. Rolled. After your attack is resolved, remove the die from the attack holder until it's your turn again, unless you have a special double attack. Reduce it by 2. So yeah, there's an entire separate system for combat. An entirely separate system. Which defending is all about trying to survive, but you're also trying not. Yeah, it's like being aggressive. It's very... interesting. Because if you go against your combat tactic, you may not be able to do much. So you're kind of dedicated to what you're planning on doing. And if you choose not to do, well, we had a good run. You had a good run. You had selecting vulnerable markers, and then we have the damage, and if you critical hit. It's kind of hard to go over a game like this. Because there's a lot. There's a lot of abilities. There's a lot of things with this game. And am I going to say that this is a fascinating game to go over? Yes, it is. Because there's a lot. When you're fighting predators, you gotta, don't do that. Because most of them want to hold the prey. You know, subdue them. Pine martens and ringtails. Oh god, you're a dog? They can bite, but none can do normal claw kick, result in core damage. Shake. After a successful fight the following round, all breeds can attempt to shake, which does double damage. Yeah, you can die in about a round or two in like bad combat. In a bad combat round, they're going to be able to rip your fucking head off very quickly because, as stated, we're a rabbit. And don't forget about the underground battle, which is very different, and they can affect the battleground in various ways. And don't forget, here's this, and here's humans. The humans are scary, because most of the time they're just going to kill you. Here's how all the trap systems work. Oh, here's a pit and snake trap, here's a live trap, here's a box trap, here's a foot trap. Don't forget about the crossbow trap or a bear tooth trap, and here's trap snappers, or the mini game. It's the funniest, it's the fun one. We love this one. And don't forget about the magic system of herbs and herbalism. Because yes, that's how you use magic, is using herbalism. Here's the simple system. You're going to be able to get a few basic herbs every time you're going around, dictated by the habitats. And sometimes you just need some very basic ones. Sometimes you need more advanced ones. But you could also fail and get poisoned by doing it because you're just dumb. And it's like, okay, here's the herb identity. Here's the quality. Here's the clarity. Here, preparation. But oh god. Different fungi can mimic the odor properties of different ones, but you have very different, very often delirious the effects. Such false herbs are called poison weed. Any rabbit may attempt to identify an herb, distinguish it from poison weed, while herbalists are better at this task. Oh no! You found a poison weed. So, if you want to find a blood cap, it's a cap, it's murky, its quality is pungent, its preparation is brush, and the poison weed, squeeze. Oh no. If you try to lick the orchid root, you can tell it's a poison weed. But if you only really want to tell a few things, you can be fairly confident about it. And these are very detailed. Lots of stuff. You want to learn how to prepare and give each of these, brush the backs of the paw with you prepared medicinal herbs. It converts defensive herbs to poison weed. Because all of them do things slightly different. Because if you try to swallow converts irritant herbs to poison weed. Because you can, if you try to use your whiskers on irritant herbs, you're going to make it, poison weed. So if you think it's one thing, you might be wrong. You might be wrong and you might be hurt. And don't worry, we have a lot of these. Many more poison weeds. Then the alchemy of herbalism. Here is the entire thing of when it comes to the magic system. You want to learn about advanced herbs and herb remodelings, basic herb techniques, changing the herbal type, accidental remodeling, successful preparations. It's all here. Everything you could ever want. Here's the herb scramble map. Very different. So here's the thing. And don't forget about the mating and reproduction rituals. Mating is quite literally you're using it to get pretty much better player characters by breeding with objectively better rabbits. The better rabbit you get, the better you have. Find a rabbit of the opposite gender who can choose to become your mate. This becomes 2 rabbits, player characters, between one character rabbit and an NPC rabbit, never compelled to take a mate. Though your traits are not so hot, you might find you have to settle. Once 2 rabbits have chosen to mate, simply inform the GM of your bonding, and that will remain a bond for this year, even if one of you dies. Then you have the litter size, the genetics of each rabbit. Determine the gender in similar ways. You may declare the appearance of each kid. Starting traits, no points. And then choosing rabbits, how to play. So, here's the thing. Here's the beautiful thing about bunnies and burrows. Here's the thing. There's a lot to bunnies and burrows. Every single one of them is going to have different attributes and different things. You know, fucking a basic cat is about twice as strong as you, even the strongest rabbit. Barn cats are even more scary. Oh, don't worry, here's the black bear, which is impossible to fucking kill. Or you have a young bull, which can kill you immediately. Here's all the different raptors. Don't forget about that. Here's the thing. This is the kind of the 4-1-1. Makes it a little bit complicated to even kind of go over. There are a lot of options. There's a lot of things in this game. There's a lot of parts that all have to work together, that all do things slightly differently. Here's all the different tokens, here's all the different ideas, here's even kind of the big map. Bunnies and Burrows is a very detailed game. It's a very detailed, very fascinating game. And to people who really like that old school kind of play, you're gonna love this game. And there's a reason it's kind of stuck around for as long as it has, and because you're gonna enjoy what it's kind of putting down. Because it wants you to get into the mindset of a rabbit. It's wanting to put all the little details, all the little options in there to make sure that you understand that you are playing a game about a fucking rabbit. However, this is the big thing. This is kind of a big major thing to consider. If you're going into this game saying, I'm going to have fun, this is going to be a fun game for casual people because we're playing bunnies, we're having fun, things are going to be an exciting adventure, you're going to get swacked. Because there's a shit ton of stuff in this game. There's a lot of stuff. This is a game from 1976. And it shows. These are guys who haven't really written anything else except a game from 1976. And if that is appealing to you, I'm not going to bash you for it. I'm not going to say you're doing it wrong. You're playing games wrong if you like this. I'm not going to say that. What I'm going to say is this game going to be everyone's best game of all time? No. I think the industry and kind of like how we present things have changed over the years. And this is a really dense game. This is a very dense and very complex while being very simple game. Because at the end of the day, this is what your character is. And at the very end of all things, what this game is roll a 1d6 plus your trait ratings. That's all it is. If you want anything more from that, it's not going to be it. Because what it does is add in all the little details all together to form a cohesive whole. And when together, everything might be appealing. It might be fascinating. But is it going to be... Can you introduce this game to someone who doesn't play tabletop games and expect them to have a lot of fun with it? I don't think so. But I don't think you're supposed to play with all the rules. I don't think you're supposed to play with the advanced systems necessarily. And if you take everything away, at the end of the day, it's a few checks. It's a very simplistic game, while being very complex at the same time. Because I would say probably out of everything... Like, if you take away all the mini games, that's one thing to get rid of. If you take away all of the kind of the advanced options, that takes away a lot of things. You end up with kind of a weird combat system, but again, you don't really even need to do the combat system. It's an optional thing almost. It's a weird game. Fascinating one. But definitely one that isn't for everybody. So, the second game we're going to be going over. The second game is very, how do I want to say this? This is Cat. This is Cat by John Wick. Yes, John Wick. Not man who shoots people with his, because they shot his dog. Oh no. This is Jabibi. There we go. There's Jabibi. This is a John Wick. Now, who is John Wick? John is actually relatively well known inside the sphere. And the reason he's fairly well known inside the sphere is because he made a lot of different games and very popular games. His most famous ones are arguably Legend of the Five Rings and Seventh Sea. Both of them are very popular in their own right. Legend of the Five Rings is about feudal Japan. Well, feudal China Japan. And it's like, oh, very fascinating. Very broad, very detailed. Lots of... very detailed. There's the card game, there's a role-playing game in which he helped design. But he also worked with the setting, which was one of the big things as well there. Now, one of the big things about Legend of the Five Rings, which John Wick is relatively infamous for, is that he believed that Ronin do not play a part in samurai fiction. Ronin. Those guys. Exiled samurai, who some of the most famous stories in history are based around. But okay, maybe that isn't the best example. Seventh Sea is his other big one. A swashbuckling and sorcery themed tabletop role-playing game set in the world of Thea. Thea is England. Well, more accurately, it's Europe. Here's Thea, everybody. There's Italy. There's Spain. There's France, Germany, Russia, the Norwegians, and Avalon. England. Seventh Sea was kind of weird, and Seventh Sea has technically 2 editions. So, good news, everybody. Seventh Sea has the first edition, which people say is actually really good. They say it's one of the best systems they've ever played, while John Wick would later go on to release the second edition on Kickstarter in 2016, which has mixed results. People really love it or people really hate it. It's kind of a back and forth. Weirdly enough, though, John Wick is cursed. Here's the thing. John Wick is cursed. And the reason why John Wick is a cursed individual is because everything he touches turns to ash, thus leading to his various games, one of the most notable of which is War of the Cross, which failed, War of the Cross, the second edition, which failed, and Katai, which is all about 7th Sea and had about as much impact as, well, anything. But John Wick has been around for a very long time. He's been doing stuff forever. One of his most famous games, though, is Houses of the Blooded, which is a massive tome of game, of logic, of very in-depth storytelling. It's also kind of like Fate. So, bear that in mind. One day I'll go over House of the Blooded, but, like, it's just a big-ass fucking book, and I don't want to. Something is wrong with your cat, man. So, we have John Wick. We've kind of understood who he is, but what about Cat? What about Cat? Well, John Wick's cat, John Wick TTRPG. I always gotta put that in there. TTRPG cat. This is kind of like his weird product he doesn't really talk about. This is the revised and expanded edition, but generally speaking, this isn't like one of his popular games. It's there. Yeah. Oh yeah. He's also very famous for Play Dirty. My favorite excerpt from Play Dirty is that John Wick encourages you to murder player characters if they do something wrong or displease you. Just murder them outright. Be a dick. Be a horrible human being to your players. Because that's what works for him, and that's what he likes doing. Therefore, you should do it too. Don't do that. Don't be John Wick. Treat this as like the anti-guide. It's not very good. But, yeah, I would say, like, I would go to his website and we can kind of learn maybe a little bit more about him. However, John Wick's website is gone. It just doesn't exist anymore. I don't know what happened. There's a chance that it just went offline. There's a chance that maybe it just never left. I don't know. But Cat was originally in this particular thing, the big book of little games, but it looks like he actually took it out. But what are we? What's the? Yeah, Sexcraft. Ugh. A power of sex. Yeah, John Wick's one of those guys. But we've learned a little bit about him, but what about this game? What about Cat? Cat! Jabibi is here to help. He's going to tell us all about what it means to be a cat. And in this game, it's a very simple game. Very, very to the point. And a little bit weird because, like, here's like the introduction that I thought was just going to be like a little lore snippet. There's also at the very end of it telling you what you need. Cat is for telling story. Like, yeah, he smiles and gives me a wink. Glad you said it that way. Then he walks away and stops in front of the Big Tan litter box. Cat is a game for telling stories about cats protecting people from things they can't see, both in the real world and in the kingdom of dreams. Storytelling games are the oldest kind. So, what is the lore? What is the lore of Cat? Cat is a game about being a cat who can see things. And those things are called boggins. What's a boggin, you may ask? Well, boggins are evil, nasty little creatures that try to just make everybody's life a lot worse. We might think of them as demons or boogeymen or things like that. Luckily for us, humans cannot see boggins. but they can be affected by them. A cat, however, cats in general, can see boggins. So using the power, using a little bit of magic, they'll do their best to deal with this threat toward humanity. And that's the game. It's one of those, it's very fascinating. It's kind of it's a to the point kind of game. And I like that. I like when games are right to the point. So, first things first, we gotta take a look at our traits. So, our basic traits are right here. We have our coat, which is kind of like how we look and also how tough we are. Our legs, claws, face, fangs, and tails. Each of these are given a rank. When you start, you have 2 goods, 3 strongs, and a best. There's also one which is average and poor, but they don't talk about those ones for some reason. It's kind of weird. When you take damage, I'll go over that later. But this is pretty much how you make a character. And then you have reputations. Reputations are exactly the way you think they are. They are reputations. Anytime they are usually things like titles. Jabibi here, or Cat Meat as his first name would say, is technically a simp. Anytime he's simping for something, he's going to get 3 extra dice. Anytime becoming a naturalized Polish citizen comes up, he's going to get plus 2 dice. Anytime he is considered to be too rough, he's going to get plus 2 dice. Cool. And your traits are, just write them in. This is what you get. Ta-da! Not exactly the most complicated game in the world, but it doesn't need to be complicated. And then we have our 3 names. So, your first name is the names humans call you, the second name is your personal name that other cats call you, and your third is your private name. That's your secret name. The one that you don't let anyone else know, but you know. So, our names, my owner calls me Cat Meat. Well, his name is actually Jabibi. And finally, his secret name is Meowmers, trying to hide from the Boggins. If the Boggins ever find your secret name, well, you can't see him anymore unless you get a new one. But other cats will know your true name, while only really humans might know your exterior name. What do they end up calling it? It's a first name or given name, cat name, and finally the secret name. And then your reputations, rat catcher, the unseen. And then 9 lives. Yes, the King of Cats won the contest. Every cat is blessed with 9 lives. Lives are very fascinating. What they do is pretty much allow you to do extra things. They're kind of like a resource that you can use and exploit in trying to survive and beat back evil. If you ever run out of lives, you die. However, you can also die by virtue of just taking a shit ton of damage. 9 lives are more metaphorical. And then that's it. Congratulations, we made a cat character. Anytime you need to take a risk, what you're going to do is you're going to take some dice. Guess what kind of dice we're going to be using? You're right, a 6-sided dice. You're going to roll a number of 6-sided dice equal to the appropriate trait, and then you got to roll the evens. 2, 4, 6. That's it. So, for example, Jabibi needs to convince somebody that he's good, that he's a friendly person. So he's going to use his face. And it's going to be a hard check. It's going to be 3 evens. He's going to roll his dice, and he scored 2 successes. He would have failed because I rolled 1, 3, 3, and 2 4s. I would have failed. But if I rolled, say, example, another 4 there, I would have succeeded. That's it. Congratulations. I've taught you how to play cat. And that's all you really need to know. Very simple game. Doesn't need to be very, very complicated, though. And you're going to be able to add things to, such as your reputations. If being a simp would help, you're going to add that many dice. Being any of these things, you're adding dice. That's all you're doing. Now, this also leads to kind of advantage dice, which advantage dice are bonuses. They are bonuses handed to you by the GM. However, weirdly enough, they say that they are an essential mechanic to some things, in which I don't know why. I always hate it when games do this. I hate it when there's like an advantage die system where you can give dice to players for being good role-playing and things like that. But they kind of factor it into being an essential mechanic. I don't like that, mostly because everyone's going to be different, and everyone's going to have different priorities. And it's really hard to get a good example of like, this is proper role-playing, or this is improper, and you're not doing it right. You're not going to get rewarded for something that is essential to it. So one player may have a really good time because you're playing to exactly what the GM says, and another may not. This is one of the reasons I'm not actually a big fan of story games. Simply because sometimes it's impossible to really judge in some cases, because one player might say one thing and another might say another. You end up with kind of this weird non-rule. Are they super important? Important enough, I'll say. They're important enough. So, now one of the big things about advantages as well is that you can also claim them yourself. You can say, I have 3 advantages. It's dark, it's raining, and I'm high up. Can I have 3 dice? And it says, okay. That's okay. I mean, it's still a little bit weird, and that's also going to make some weird situations where players are, I don't want to say, things wouldn't naturally occur. People are going to be looking at it being like, can I get an advantage because I am here doing this for this reason? And it's like, well, I could give you this or not. It's a little bit weird. Scars are pretty much whenever you take damage, you're going to take scars. Pretty much that. Doing something to fail and get a scar. Let's see. If cat fails a particular danger check, check your dice. The lowest odd you rolled is the number of scars your cat gets for failing his risk. You get scars, you choose where they go. Apply other scars to a single trait. It's got to make sense. And this is where things go. If you get 3 scars to a good trait, it drops to a hurt trait. Hurt traits have a bonus of 2. 3 scars to a hurt trait, it becomes crippled. You may not take any risk with the crippled trait. So, for example, let's say I take, let's say, this is an essential thing. I'm going to roll 4d6. And I failed. Oh no, I've failed. And it's lowest, correct? I just want to make sure. Yeah. The lowest number I rolled was a 1. So I'm going to have to say, okay, I'm going to take 1 scar. And it might be, I want to take a scar to my coat. So I would mark it here as like 1 scar right here. And if I get 2 stars, it's going to drop down. The trait's going to drop down. So you're always losing traits, but you're also gaining them back. What the fuck was that? Oh, alright. So, it's kind of this back and forth when it comes to the trait system. You're always gaining, but you're always losing. Always gaining, losing, gaining, losing. It works. I like it. I think it's okay. Nothing really jumps out at me. You can only take 3 scars, which he never really goes over, which is odd. Because it's, how it goes is, give me 1 second. I'm gonna do something here really fast. Yep. We hit the right button. God damn it. So, for example, the actual like rankings of things is we have best, but there is actually one above it, which is legendary, strong, good, hurt, crippled. Legendary lets you to roll more, but it's like roughly 4, 4, 3, 2, 0. Which there feels like there should be one right here, which is worth 1. Which is kind of a weird jump from like, okay, I'm a little bit hurt. Like I would say like average, hurt, crippled. But average here doesn't exist unless it does exist, which it doesn't. It kind of goes this weird back and forth constantly with it. So it's a little bit odd mechanically at points. So that's just one little weird side note more than anything. We go here, and then fighting, like pretty much whenever you're fighting cats, you're going to roll your fangs or your claws, your cat's choice, and you compare the number of evens. And this is one thing I do like. Both cats take scars equal to the other cat's evens. So if I'm fighting somebody and we both roll our 4d6, I rolled 2 evens, he rolled 4 evens, I'm going to take 4 scars, he's going to take 2 scars. We launch at each other, we scratch, we fight, we go around, and then we pull away from one another. I'm injured, he's injured, but he's not as much. Because that's how animals fight. There's not really any formal tactics to anything. It's us launching at each other with the intent to kill, or injure at least, because that's what animals do. So anytime you're fighting a non-cat, the fighting with Boggin is you're fighting for your life. Same thing, number of scars equal to the number of evens his opponent rolled. At the end of each round, check your scars. Just traits. That's it. If instead of you're trying to attack, you can instead try to dodge, in which your successes, instead of dealing damage, mitigate damage. So if I rolled in exchange for dodging, I may be able to mitigate 4 damage when he rolled 4 dice. So it's cool. 3 of the cat's traits are crippled, he's in danger. When 4 of his traits are crippled, or if he uses his last life, he is dead. And pretty simple. That's it. Yeah. What were we expecting something different? Something more? The only other odd bit that kind of threw me for a loop is getting a new reputation. So, to get a new reputation, you deserve a new reputation. Then another cat has to spend one of his own reputation to give you that new reputation at half the value. So if somebody has a reputation of cat fighter, that he specializes in fighting other cats, at a 4, he may say, you deserve this. He reduces his cat fighter by 1, and he gives you that reputation as well. And the Hound Huckster spends her reputation to give Roland the same reputation at half her rank. This means she can't rely on the reputation for the rest of the game. So Roland now has a reputation, Hound Huckster. I do not know why this is a mechanic. This is the weirdest fucking mechanic in the game. I understand what's going for. That's the thing. I understand the intent. I do not understand the reason. Something doesn't feel right, doesn't sit right with me with this one. I can't put my finger on why, it just doesn't. And then we have lives. Okay. You can succeed at any risk for a life. You can dodge any scars you gain from a single round for your life. And if you run out of life, you're dead. Done. That's how you use lives. That's it. Yeah, lives don't really do that much. If you haven't really gotten a gist yet, the answer is this game is very light. This game is very simple. This game is aggressively simple at some points, to the point where it's a little like, can you play this game with kids? Yeah, I think you can play this game with kids, which is good. I think that's a really interesting thing to even consider with some games. Is like, yeah, I can play this with a child, and they're going to be able to understand this pretty easily. Even on things like style. Pretty much style is banked successes. If I need 2 successes to succeed and I roll 4 successes, I have 2 style that I can spend elsewhere. I'm just so cool that I can do that. You can edit particular moments, put yourself in a better position. You can put, use them for extra successes. It's a cool idea. It's a cool idea for the style mechanic. It's pretty much saying, you've done well. I'm going to reward you. You got more successes, and you can use them for later. So it's an entirely possible thing to bank your style early in the game, early in the session, and then spend it on combat, and just roll an absurd, and just say, I'm spending all my style to murk the enemy. I want to murk this person because I'm a stylish, badass super cat, and I'm going to murder this boggin because I am a cat, and I can do that. I'm not a pussy. And there is some weird... Here's the thing, like, at first I thought, like, this was on purpose, but, like, there's some weird design stuff. Like, I don't know, like, why this is completely, like, white. I don't, like, there's some other points throughout this book that had some weird decisions. Like, yeah, here's this, like, oh, here's the traits and stuff like this. But then you scroll down a little bit and there's one that rolls over. Is this like a perfect book that's like set up perfectly? No, this game doesn't really look that great sometimes. Like, it's a little bit janky to read, and it's like, oh, alright, okie dokie though. Obviously, your magic is tied to your tail. You get 5 plus whatever your tail rating is. There are some odd ones like, oh, you have the bobble curse. And if someone jingles keys in front of you, you have to do it, or chase some twine, okay? And then using magic. Anytime you use magic, you can use it to do things. If your cat's tail rank is equal to or greater than the listed rank, you may use the trick. So, but it's also odd because it says, like, you don't need to spend magic points on anything. Yeah, it's like, oh, in order to use a cat, spend at least 1 magic point, which gives him a number of dice to roll equal to his tail. Additional magic point gives you an advantage die to the roll. So you have to spend it to use your tail, but you don't really need to at the same time. The magic system could use a little bit of work, but it kind of works for what it's doing. It's things like Fall on All 4. This is a magic ability. Door Slip. The Dinner Dance Ritual. You want to do the DDR? All you need to do is walk around human 3 times and he'll grant a single request. Ta-da! Dream Bite. The Chase Your Tail Whammy. Fighting Frenzies. And that's it. Yeah. That's pretty much it. And anytime you get trait points, you invest trait points for 3. This is an advanced rule. You don't have to do this. And then we have all the narrator advice and kind of how things work, and how the kingdoms work, and how the dreaming works. Because the idea is that cats can enter the dreamscape. And once you enter a dreamscape, you can manipulate things because you're a cat, and you have connection with it because of the king of cats. Cool, fine. The higher successes you got, you can jump, you can do more things. You can change what you look like. You can change something else, alter something else, create or destroy something, or even completely change a place in the dream. And then we have cat adventures, rescuing the king of cats, good dogs and bad cats, cross-genre cats, which you want to do Cthulhu cats, telling stories for children. And then we have some basic enemies, and each enemy has a trait. This is something I actually quite enjoy. Each enemy has things such as jaws, legs, eyes, ears, nose, coat, paws. If you are going up against something that has the same trait, you're good. For example, I have, where is it? All right, instead of claws, you have jaws. Instead of legs, anytime we're making a legs check, we can compete with each other. However, because they have a nose, they're a little bit different from us. They have things that's a little bit difficult. One chance was dogs can pretty easily fuck you up. And they also have their own loyalty. And they have things like dog's magic is based on loyalty. And the loyalty points as long as the dog's person remains intact. Wolf points per year. And it's things like, hey, I can spend my loyalty points to find my owner, to speak with them, to defend them. Adding 3 to any rules, smell boggins, track boggins, banish boggins, which is this entire set of, it's an entire ritual requiring them to throw items at the boggin, then they have to bury it. Sometimes, though, you get things like mean people. They have thumbs. You can't really make an opposed check to someone with a tool, for example, or thumbs. That's something difficult. It's kind of hard to block someone when you don't have thumbs. It's pretty interesting. And then you have some of the example ones, which is like, oh, here's the man under the bed, or what ghosts are, or heavies, and they're going to go over every single one of these. And then it's like Tree Brother Boggins, the shoulda, the coulda, and the woulda. If you haven't realized yet, a lot of these, the enemies are things that are a little bit more broader. There's sitting on a couch, eating potato chips, sipping soda, and watching a TV show that you just hate is the perfect way to spend an afternoon. If you told you were sitting there, you'd get off your backside and go for a walk. Your cat can see what you're there. As long as you sit, the little harder it is for him to get you up. Heavies are Boggins who feed on sloth. I was like, oh, alright. We had to fight the man under the bed and shit like that. Alright, cool. Cool, this is fine. There's some fictional storylines and stuff. Here's the thing. I like Cat. I think Cat's fine. I think Cat's a pretty fun little one-shot game that you're going to be able to play once, maybe twice if you're feeling up to it. Not really a long game. It's not supposed to be a long game. This is a game designed for you to play with your kid or with other people who may not know and want to play Cats. If you like this kind of game, I'm not going to blame you. I'm not going to say you're wrong. It's kind of game that, alright, I can get behind. It's nice, it's easy, it's simple, to the point. And that's all you really need sometimes in a game. A game that is to the point. I think John Wick did that. I mean, am I a fan of John Wick, the person? Not really. I think he has some broader ideas that are a little bit weird. But I will give him this, he knows how to write a game. So, give me 1 second. It's great, I love it. So, thank you, Jabibi, from Serbing. And let me open up my little thing that I closed because I am a silly boy. Alright, so the next two we're going to do technically together. It's a Dog's Life 2nd edition and Tales from the Wood. Now, these are actually written by the same person, Simon Washburn. And Simon Washburn. And I was like, oh, why does that name sound familiar to me? Like, this name is so there. I know this name. I was thinking, like, what is this? What is this particular thing? Who is this person? And I did a little digging. Or more accurately, I Googled his name and was like, oh, it's him. So, Simon Washburn. Oh, God. Let me just do... Simon Washburn wrote Barbarians of Lemuria, which is one of my absolute favorite games of all time. I adore Barbarians of Lemuria. I think the game's great. He wrote this game. And it's good. You should play Barbarians of Lemuria. You should do it now. I'm forcing you to. I have a gun and I'm not afraid to use it. It's pretty solid. I really like it. His company's called Beyond Belief Games. And this is all the things he's done. He's done quite a bit. I didn't really even kind of realize this. It's a Dog's Life is one of his earlier games. Not gonna lie. It came out in 2008, but it was added in 2004. Yes, 2004. This game's a little bit old. It's got a little bit of a history to it. But as you can see here, there's quite a few different games. Now, we're not going over strictly Tales in the Wood. We're not going over like one for one. We're going over kind of an earlier edition of it. But this one came out in 2005. One of his more recent games is Beyond the Woodland Warriors, Return of the Woodland Warriors, which is pretty much Redwall. Do you like Redwall? Because it's Redwall. And kind of looking at this, it's kind of a D&D kind of thing, but it's an original role-playing game. I don't know why he says it's D&D, though. But maybe he's just playing the game. Who knows? But yeah, he has a lot of stuff. This is a man who does a lot of games, and I respect him for it. I have a pretty hard respect for the guy. And this is just 2 of his games that he has done quite a bit. So, like Barbarians of Lemuria, Crimson Blades, Black Book, Tome of the Outer Dark. But you notice these games aren't actually really in his collection. These aren't really some of the games that he's like going out of his way to show others, which kind of is a bummer because I like both of these games. I like them. They're pretty good. You can buy It's a Dog's Life right now for a literal $1. Not a very big game, but it's not really trying to be a big game. I will say that I am very mixed on this one and Tales from the Wood. Because Tales from the Wood is better, but these 2 games are odd because they are literally, they're kind of the same system. They kind of use the same ideas, but they are also very different. Just different enough makes it a little bit more complicated to judge. And apparently he's working on It's a Dog's Life 3rd edition. Apparently. That's what's been kind of the rumor mill that's been going around. And generally speaking, when it comes out, I'll probably pick it up because I like it. I like this game a lot. I like both of these games. They are roughly the same, but I'm going to go over them differently simply because it's a lot easier to do that. But here are here's Tac Tac. Tac Tac is our prairie dog, as you can see here, and we're also going to be using Chippy the Toad as our Tales from the Wood. As you can see, it's a little bit less complicated, but let's go over It's a Dog's Life. Well, what is A Dog's Life? Well, it's a game about prairie dogs. Most notably, it's a game about Native American prairie dogs, because it's a fantasy game where you play prairie dogs who are also Native Americans. And the entire thing is written as in character with I am talks with birds, the high speaker of Great Home. I am speaker for the High Chief Strongheart, and it falls upon me, therefore, to tell you something about the way we live. It's pretty much exactly how you think. They live as prairie dogs, but they just have fairly standard Native American logic applied to most things. It goes over like, here are the tribal totems. Here's how you make new prairie dog tribes. Here's how things kind of work and how the different tribes work together to form the nation. Cool. All right, works for me. And then we have an entire section of prairie dog lore. You want some lore? We're going to do the lore. Well, first off, we got to roll our attributes. And when you said roll, yeah, we're rolling. All you do is for your 4 attributes is you roll a d6. You take your dice and you roll. You can roll well, you can roll poorly. If you roll under 16, you're allowed to distribute up to 16. If you roll over 6 equal to or over, you don't. Pretty standard stuff in that regard. And generally speaking, you end up with characters that look about like this. Like, nothing too out of the ordinary, nothing too big and exciting, but that's okay in my book. Like there's nothing too strange about that for me, anyway. And you're gonna go over. Characteristics don't do anything. What's your dream? What really drives you? How many feathers you have? Because your feathers are kind of like how accepted you are, how cool you are. And your wounds. Your wounds are pretty much how much damage you can take. And then your roll, your barks, abilities, then you can think of a name. And so, here it is. Their names are pretty standard Native American affair. Like, don't think about it too hard. If you know how to, if someone says make a Native American name, you probably already know how to make a prairie dog name. And if that sounds offensive to you, well, fuck you. So we have our size, our agility, our alertness. Usually all of these require various attributes to select your role. So if we scroll down here a little bit, very standard roles, and then your dream, I should actually say the dream. So the dream is something very big and important. It's something that drives you. And you see over here in some example dreams: become a tribal elder, become chief of the tribe, become chief of great home, become speaker of the tribe, visit another dog town, visit 5 dog towns and learn a new tale in each, outstance a ferret, kill a ferret in single pod, save an elder's life, find a cure for the dark death, found a new colony, gain a second feather, gain several more feathers. Follow the bison way to the end. Go up into the mountains. See what's across the mountains. So the big idea is that the number by it is how difficult your dream is. The more difficult your dream is, once you complete it, you're going to get that many legend points. And your legend points are something that's pretty much the way for you to level up. Then you make a new dream. And some of these are going to be pretty simple. Some of them are a little bit more complicated. You're encouraged to have bigger dreams. And it's also kind of a way for you to say, oh, hey, well, you want to accomplish this. Well, if everyone says we want to go exploring, then obviously you're probably going to have a bit more exploring. You don't need add this dream to character. Assume it is known as the Great Quest. We need to find a Thunder Town. Because Thunder Town was the first city of the prairie dogs, and it was lost. We need to find it. And wounds. Yep. 6 plus your size attribute. So in fact, all critters, so pretty much every enemy in the game has this as well. A bison has a size of 54. 54 plus 6 is 60. You're not going to kill a bison as a fucking prairie dog. The bison will kill you. Don't try to fight don't try to fight them. That's not the point. As your character becomes injured, her wound points will fall. Oh no. Wound fall below 0. Prairie dog is dead. And I, as Tac the Scout, with 6 size, who's pretty big, have 12. You're going to be taking a few you might be taking a D6 or 2. Damn, you are not strong. You are not. You are far from it. But that's kind of the appeal to me. To me, anyway. I think that's kind of appealing. Using 10 wounds, the healer may lick their wounds clean and heal injuries. Using plant lore, healers restore lost wound points even more quickly. And then you can also use the Bark of Life to bring someone back from the dead. So there are technically a few different roles. So if we, let me see. We start with a few points, and you can distribute your points accordingly to however you want. So you have the Brave, who's pretty much your fighter, who's going to do fighting things. You know, he can stance, he'd get the Bark of Courage, and his second ability, which is Tooth and Claw. Barks are pretty much your magic, kind of pseudo-magic ability. It's you make a bark and it's like, oh no, something's big is happening. I've made a Bark of Courage, I've emboldened my allies, let's kick some ass. The idea is you get stancing. Stancing is your ability to size up and intimidate an enemy. Because if you want to intimidate a weasel as a fucking prairie dog, guess what, kids? You can totally stance and buck up on a weasel as a prairie dog. You can do that. That's a thing. Everyone has braves, but you also lose braves very fast. And then the healer, you can tend wounds. You have the Bark of Life and plant lore, because you got to learn. You got to ensure how people are healthy. You got to make sure everyone's okay. And you're also going to be the one that's kind of tasked with making sure everyone's going to live. Very important. The scout is the one who goes out and be loners. They might occasionally do scouting in pairs. More often than not, they're likely to be free of the restraints imposed by the tribe and go alone onto the prairie. They get quite a bit of things. I chose to make Tac a scout. Now, the big thing you get are abilities. Anytime an ability comes up, guess what? You get to add it. It's very good. Now, your barks that allow you to do things better. More barks you have, the more you're able to do it, the better you're able to do it. And that is how you do characters. That's it, really. Many of these guys have very unique ones, and Tooth and Claw, which is the combat stat. There's only a single combat stat you'll ever roll. But you also need things like critter lore, plant lore, and you also have the wilding. Wildlings are wild not chipmunks, fucking wild prairie dogs that do their own thing. They're kind of able to go into any direction that they wish, and they have that as an ability. Their idea is that they are wild. They aren't bound by anything, and they get things like the bark of mimicry, which allows them to mimic other people. More abilities, more stuff. Cool. Okay, abilities are passed down through generation. Straightforward. Mostly you'll describe what your character is doing. And then you roll a d20, because yes, this is a d20 game. It rolls equal to or below your character's most appropriate attribute plus ability plus modifier. So, the roll's higher, she fails, and add a complication. So, for example, we will use Tac the Scout. So let's say I'm fighting. Tooth and Claw plus agility. I'm fighting, we're fighting, I'm going to hurt you, you're going to hurt me. I rolled a 17 and fail. You roll a 2 and succeed. You've hit me, I have not damaged you. We break apart and we kind of lick our wounds slightly together. We're damaging each other. We're prairie dogs. This is what we do. This also means that you're not really there's not like a really super high chance of success sometimes. If you don't roll super well or you don't get the abilities right away, but that's okay, to me anyway. Just scouting, because you're going to get more abilities, you're going to get more barks. And the idea is that you want to get advantages, because advantages are what's going to make your life easier. Yeah. And then you get to choose all your lores, which is things like critter lore, learning how to paint correctly, which gives a lot of bonuses. You should totally do that. You know, learning how to flee better, plant lore, prairie tales, scouting, scancing, swimming, knowledge, there's a lot of different ones. And you're learning a lot about them. And the more barks you have, barks are almost instantaneously, and these are abilities. These allow you to do things, which are important. And there's no roll for anything, and it's the bark of command. The bark may be used to force a critter to do something that is otherwise against his wishes. Command may contain a single number of words equal to the level of the bark. So level 1 may be sit or silence, whereas level 6 can be attack the rattler in the tunnel. A critter cannot be commanded to die, although it might be commanded to jump off a cliff, which might produce the same result. Or he might have the bark of confusion. The bark of friendship. Like, for example, I have the bark of, where is it? Where did I learn? I learned the bark of confusion. So the bark of confusion makes the bark sound as if it's coming from elsewhere as a distraction. It is either specific behind that rock from the burrow to more general all around behind them. Any critter with this bark aimed will believe the noise is coming from the place the dog suggests. At the very least, likely to investigate or look in that direction. Cool. So these are just little effects. Now you get a number of them equal to the number of bark points you've kind of invested. So if you have one bark, such as I can use the bark of confusion 1 a day. But if I use the bark of location, I can use it twice, but the power is going to go down each time I use it. The first bark of location may be pretty loud and be able to do that. The next one's going to be a little bit quieter. That's pretty much it. Some of these are actually pretty detailed. Others of them are not. Especially when you get things like the bark of weakness, which allows you just to fuck with people. And then, you know, the tribal bark. Everyone gets the tribal bark, and that allows you to communicate with your tribal totem. So if we're the Eagle clan, you can communicate with eagles, though I don't know why you would. Don't communicate with eagle kids, they want to eat you. Tooth and Claw is actually the combat system, and I actually like this combat system. I think it's very appropriate. Essentially, often size each other first, and then when they get to grips, it's a simple melee of man activity. Snarls, yelps, bites, and flail bites, barks, flying furs, slashing claws. It's literally two enemies, throw yourself at each other and pull away. it's a flurry. This is the idea. This is a moderate, unless any modifiers seems appropriate. Any combatant succeeds and manages to hurt the other. So, for example, Tac the Scout has an agility of 4 and a tooth and claw of 4. He has to roll under an 8. If he rolls under an 8, he's going to succeed. But if his enemy succeeds at the same time, they're both going to attack each other. They both pull away injured. And it all depends on the size. Now, if you notice this, sometimes the critter size can be very, very large and do a lot of damage. As a large prairie dog, I'm able to do D6 damage. But if I was a smaller prairie dog, I might be doing only D3 damage. Prairie dogs don't do that much damage. You kind of got to work together. Not to cause it a day, and points of their wound tend to back off. Brief stance in conflict, winner gets a +1. It's the idea behind it is that it's these flurries of combat which you don't really want to get involved in. You're fighting either because you're confident you think you can beat them or to ward them away. We've done a little bit of damage. I'm injured, but I've done a little bit of damage to you, and now you are a little kind of doubting your intent. Mostly because I may be injured, but my 3 friends just showed up, and we're going to flurry you together. We're going to throw each other at one another, and you might take 3 hits, but we might only take 1 or 2. Because you're only so big. And while we're gnashing and ripping you apart, because there's 4 of us and there's 1 of you, you're going to be like, maybe I don't want to fight. Which is a big deal in this game. Which is maybe I don't want to fight. Maybe this is a terrible idea and I'm just going to leave. Melee's in progress, the dog will have to wait for the pause. Fleeing is a perfectly valid option. Which I enjoy. I enjoy the fact that it's a perfectly valid option. And then it goes over kind of what game mastering is, what adventures are, how campaigns, and the various critters. Such as, here's an armadillo, here's a bat, here's a badger, here's a bear. You're not going to fight a bear, you're going to lose the bear. Here's a bison, we like bison. Bison are friendly. Bobcats, burrowing owls, chipmunks, we like chipmunks, everybody. Cottontails, coyotes. Don't trust coyote, because coyote is gonna fuck your day up. But they're gonna try to help. Coyotes are gonna talk to you. They're gonna be like, oh, don't worry, I'm a friendly coyote. I won't try to eat you. Just sit down, relax, let's do a little dance. Don't worry. I won't look at anything. Oh, just don't look away. And no one gets hurt. It's very, I like it. I like this game. I think there are some fascinating bits, very to the point. It kind of goes over like what the adventures are. The big thing is you're rewarding legend points by completing adventures, getting new rolls, new feathers. You want to get new feathers, and the feathers allow you to re-roll. The big thing with feathers is that it allows you to make re-rolls. So the more feathers you get, the more re-rolls you get. And there is a mechanical reason to get feathers, which are the re-rolls, which make it very good. There is also the lore reason to get it. The in-game reason is the more feathers you get, pretty much the more respected as a person inside of society you are. You become an elder at 2 feathers. So, hell yeah, you want to get feathers. You want to have a full fucking headdress full of damn things. Because that means you've risen through the ranks. People respect you more. You walk in, adorned with a fucking with feathers. People are gonna say, "Damn, he knows what he's doing. That guy is competent." And you are, because you're allowed to make all these rerolls. You're allowed to be better. You're channeling your ancestors through these feathers, and I like that. I think that's really fucking good, and I do enjoy that quite a bit. And they give you some adventures. And kind of like, what about Thunderhome? And here's all prairie dog. Here's an entire section on fucking prairie dogs. So, here's the thing. Here's the deets. Do I like It's a Dog's Life? Yes, I do like It's a Dog's Life. But what about it? Well, what about the other one? Tales from the Wood. Because I said these are pretty much the same thing. Right? Right. They are roughly the same thing. Very similar ideals. And, except in this one, you are playing the Wood. Members of the Wood. And gnomes. Because gnomes are here. Because unfortunately, you are playing the British in this game. Yes, you are the British. Hence why hence why we have Chippy the Toad. A Dutchman is here. And Chippy is here to be a toad. And he is very competent at what he does. It's also definitely not a D20 game. It's not D20. Far from it, in fact. It's hundreds of animals, and everyone's it's like Bambi, except Bambi by way of Game of Thrones. It's everyone's working together, and we all are friends, but we also don't like things. Also don't like each other sometimes, because we get in the fights. Of course we get in the fights. So, the big thing is when action calls for roll to roll, a skill is advised which type of dice you're going to roll. Normally, creature is going to be determined. However, the appropriate ability rolls a d10. If you don't, roll a d6. That's it. If you don't have an ability, you're going to be rolling a d6. If you do have an ability, you're going to be rolling a d10. Little bit different system. Same concept, same ideas, same presence, but a little bit different. So, where was it? What's the exact? The entire idea is that you're trying to roll over. This is a roll over system instead of a roll under. Again, slightly different. Just different enough. And choose 12. One of the 12 creatures to choose from. Best described generic for this time. Mouse of the British Isles with varied degrees and not so great warrant 4 separate descriptions. Various lores, creature attributes. Because you're going to need to get lores, because your lores are what's going to determine what you know. Chippy here, as a toad, has marsh lore. He knows the marshes. He knows how it works. He can jump from lily pad to lily pad, and he's going to be happy with his life, because he damn well knows what this place is like. And when somebody else comes into his town, questioning what the fuck's going on, he's going to be like, don't worry, I'm your man. Or they're going to run away from him because he's scary. Because he has Intimidate. Which does work often. And you do actually have quite a few more attributes in this game. You have toughness, sturdiness, nimbleness, craftiness, viciousness, alertness, and luckiness. Which, quick reference to the player characters, and then you have your attributes, your sturdiness, pretty much how bulky, how big, how scary you are. Which is fairly important. Nimbleness, how agility, how crafting or intelligent you are, viciousness, alertness, luckiness. Luckiness is also important because it's the number of luck is the number of points that may be added to any roll during the scenario. Players can raise their character's attributes, but not much. You have to earn experience points. But in most cases, you have a maximum value, which are fairly important. So I chose to play a toad. Toad only have a toughness of 2. Hence why here I only have a toughness and sturdiness of 2, and they're not really that big. However, they have a pretty high nimble, good agility, and a little bit of craftiness. I realize this craftiness isn't right. I wrote down the wrong craftiness. Because I'm a silly Billy. I wrote everything else down right. I literally made Chippy stupider. Sorry, Chippy. But, yep. Reusability, if not, roll a d6. Yep. And congratulations. I've taught you how to play this game. Not exactly complicated. You can play a gnome as well. Gnomes are weird because a gnome has really high attributes and gnome lore, which allows them to know things. Like, a gnome is objectively the best because you're an actual creature, but the weird thing is you're also a gnome, so you're also weird and a manlet. Thus, you can't really be trusted because gnomes. We don't trust gnomes here. So, you get 5 points to distribute among everything, and you can increase your points for about 1. Something like that. Very little not big progression, but that's not the point. Not supposed to have like this massive amount of progression. And here's all your abilities. You know, it's climbing, fleeing, flying, hiding, intimidating. And each of these do something slightly different. Standoffs. But as a result, favor of the Intimidator over another will remain. The loser is so terrified or simply surprised shocked that it loses one round or it can't do anything. Tooth and Claw, this means that the creature is defenseless and the winner gets a free bite or blow. We got good in his brief advantage to escape from a much larger opponent. And yeah, it's about being intimidating. As a toad, as a creature, you can use this to intimidate people. And most of these allow you to be kind of split up into anything you want. Does this also mean by sheer technicality I could have taken Fly on Chippy? Yes, I could have taken Fly on Chippy. Normally, yeah, it can only actually fly. It's a little bit funky in that regard, but I don't actually think this is like a full true version. I think this is kind of like a curated version. It's alright. You know, moderate, hard, very hard. Where's the exact rules? Am I losing my fucking mind here? I think I am losing my mind. Thought there was a table. No, there isn't. Huh. I think of something else? Probably. This is what I mean. It was a little bit difficult kind of going between these two because they're both very similar but very different at the same time. Because these are different levels of difficulty. So it's awareness, herb lore, but the higher your wisdom is effectively like your magic points. And your lore is kind of know things. The big thing is gnome lore is relate to knowledge of terrain or habitat, but is elusive creatures of gnomes. Gnomes or man lore. But gnomes also have gnome skills like fire making, musicianship, cooking, boating. You want to do boating, gnome boating adventures? You can become a gnome boater. All right, there we go. I knew it was here. I was losing my mind. So, anytime, for example, I need to make a simple task, I would roll pretty much whatever my die is, plus whatever the attribute is. For example, if I want to make let's say I'm making an intimidate check. I as Chippy am trying to intimidate you and into just letting me pass because I'm a mean Chippy. It's going to be a moderate. A little bit complicated, a little bit scary. Yeah, big toad. He doesn't really want to fight anybody. I rolled a 5 plus my viciousness of, I believe, 3. I succeeded. I rolled an 8. I intimidate you. You're scared because I'm a giant toad and I'm going to fuck your day up. Very simple, not exactly a complicated system. This also does mean that things like 5 and 6, like rolling a d6 of something, does make things pretty difficult. If you don't have a decent attribute in that, you don't have a decent ability, say a 3 even, like a 2 or a 3, rolling a 6 can be a little bit complicated. You need to roll pretty much a 4 up sometimes, or even a 5 up to succeed, which is appropriate. I mean, if you don't have something, it's kind of hard to do it. So, you have our opposed rolls, which are exactly what you think. Now, this is this version of Tooth and Claw, which is weird, which is different, and I don't know if I like it or not. Well, I like it more in some aspects and dislike it more in others. So, we need to fight. We're fighting together. We're going at each other. Same idea. Same concept. We're both throwing ourselves at each other, swinging, biting, doing everything before we break away for a second to circle around at each other. We're trying to survive and we're trying to fight. That is what occurs. However, and again, this isn't like grid combat or anything, it's about trying to kind of bully someone away or convince someone that maybe we shouldn't be here. So, it is really down to the gamekeeper to regulate how much tooth and claw occurs, blah, blah, blah. So, what you do is you take it and you roll, and you'll see who wins. You add it to your viciousness. So, Chippy's viciousness, he does not actually have tooth and claw. So he's going to roll, and he rolled a 6. He rolled a 3 plus his viciousness of 3. Somebody else, though, he's going to have a D10. And he has a viciousness of 2. He rolled a 12. He beat me by 6. That's bad. Has advantage in that round of combat. Creature who wins the round through the claws landed a blow, bite, or scratch. The winner, which exceeds the loser roll, is added to the toughness attribute of the winner. Let's say they have toughness of 3. So, they beat me by 6. They have a toughness of 3. They have a 9. And then I reduce it by Chippy's sturdiness, which is 2 to 7. And then you have to reference it to the wound table. So, I got a scratch. This is a really weird system. This is a system that I'm not like 150% on for a variety of reasons. But mostly it boils down to it being a little bit weird. So, the full calculation for damage does end up being is difference in roll plus toughness plus I'll say attacker toughness plus attacker's toughness minus defender sturdiness. And then you compare it to the chart. That is how that works. It's a little bit weird, it's a little bit strange, but it do be that way. However, it does produce some more interesting results, such as this. Hurt and is bleeding. All ability rolls are -1. Scratched again, the effects are cumulative. -2, -3. So, pretty much the more you get hurt, the more you have a lot more, I would say, abstract damage. So instead of having, say, as Tac has 12 wound points, you may get scratched twice. So all your ability rolls are now made at -1, -2. So I rolled a 4 plus my toughness, plus my viciousness. So I have a 7, but I already have a scratch. So I have a 6 only. He rolls again. He beats me again. He's going to probably do more damage. He's going to be better and better. And he may maim me. And the ear's been clipped off or some other major damage. -3. So you can get crippled very quickly. Like 2 scratches and a maim, you're at -5. You're only rolling a D6. You can roll, there's a good chance you're rolling negatives. And the more you get, the higher chance they're going to be able to roll higher. The higher they roll, the more likely they're going to kill you outright. If they roll devastatingly well, and you roll really poorly, there's a chance they might outright kill you, or might outright maim you. Which I actually quite like. I like that quite a bit. It does have a little bit, it's a little bit clunky, but I understand it, and I do enjoy it. And a fight, it makes fights very dangerous. Fights become scarier. Fights become the risk reward starts coming off a little bit more scary. Mostly when you add on some of these other rules, like losers roll by 5 or greater, suffers a wound result shown in the table, and is also stunned for the round. Can't do anything. So if you get hit by someone and you're bigger than them, there's a good chance you're going to be able to really fuck them up. Natural 10s allow you to do critical hits and allow you to do more damage and sync damage, and oh my gosh, one bad hit and you're DA dead. And then we're going to go over all the description of all the animals, kind of what they do, how they function, how they operate. It's very detailed, but not super detailed. How time is moved, how movement, animal speeches. Yes, guns. Guns are the most amusing thing in the world. If you have guns, if you get hit by a gun, you're going to die. Yeah, that's how guns work. So let's say, for example, there's a farmer, and he's going out in the woods, and he spots you. And he doesn't like you very much. You are a rat. You're a rat in his territory. You're a bunny jumping around like a little shithead, eating his fucking crop. He's gonna load his rifle. He's taking aim, and he's gonna shoot. He's got a D10 plus 2. You can clearly see that this has a thunder. He rolls a 5 plus 2. He's got a 7. You have a nimbleness, luckily, of 3. Let's see how this goes. You rolled a 6. He takes the shot, and you dash away real fast before he can even fire. Crack! Horrifying. It's scary. You fuck that up by 1 point. 1 little point. Oh, you'd been dead. Because bullets hurt. Yeah, you also get... roaring owls like creatures of the wood. These horrific beasts, like guns, simply kill any creature hit by one. Does this game have authentic roadkill mechanics? Yes, it does. Of course it has roadkill mechanics. You know, poisons, how fire works. Like, fire is scary. Being lucky is important. Yeah, and then we have all of these. Now, this does lead to an interesting kind of an idea when it comes to creatures of the bane. Dealing how this is set up. This does make it so you can, by technicality, play a fox if you want. You can play it just because of the simplicity of the abilities and things here. If you want to play a fox, you can. You just write in all the stats here, and that's it. Congratulations, you've written a fox. You can play a fox. You can play a rat. If you want to play a rat and do king rat things, cool. If you want to play a Skaven game in Tales from the Wood, you can totally play a Skaven game from Tales in the Wood. And yeah, I like this. This is fun. You can also play things like badgers, deer, otters, an owl, swans, if you fucking hate everybody. Swans are bastards. Fun fact, swans are bastards. They're mean. And yeah, it's gonna go over everything, and it also goes over like how to make animals. You know how if you want to, if there's something in this game that you don't, if you want to see, you can bring it in, and they're gonna let you play it, which I actually quite like. I think that's pretty good. I always like it when you add in options like that. And then we have a few adventures, and that's that. So, of these two games, of Tales from the Wood and It's a Dog's Life, which one do I like the most? Well, here's the secret. I like both of them for different reasons. I think It's a Dog's Life is tighter designed and better thought out. That's the thing. I think It's a Dog's Life has kind of a clear focus, as it's about this society. It's about playing these prairie dogs, who are kind of these Native American prairie dogs. You have these lore, you have the storylines, you have... Everything kind of flows together a little bit nicely due to simply because of the raw focus. The raw focus does produce a far more interesting game to play, and you can kind of latch onto it a little bit easier. You're saying we're playing prairie dogs, but we're playing a batch of prairie dog scouts. We're young scouts. We've been sent out, and we've uncovered something. We've uncovered a secret about Thundertown, and we are... for some reason, the elders don't want to tell us more, so we're going on an adventure. We're striking out across the land. We're going to try to find Thundertown together. Along the way, we're going to find more people. We're going to find adventures. We're going to find problems. Cool. And that's, you can kind of build natural stories in a kind of a storyline. You can't really play anything else except the Prairie Dogs, however, which I feel Tales from the Wood does better. I feel it does a better job of saying, here are a lot of options. You want to play, you want to play toads, you want to play frogs, you want to play voles, you want to play these, you want to play anything like that, you can play it. And that's perfectly fine. And I like that. I really enjoy that kind of aspect because it gives because it gives you a little bit more options and you can have more, its openness leads to a little bit more grandiose stories you can tell with a little bit more stuff going on. It's a story where you can have a badger, a frog and a toad and a badger as they go on a quest to find out what happened to Mr. Frog or whatever, I don't know, Mr. Vole or something, because he's been missing and no one can find him. So you three go out on a magic adventure together across the woods trying to find him, trying to find your friend. Cool, fine, cool, done. We've established a bit broader. It's the broadness of stories versus the combined essence of a story more than anything. Both of them have their advantages. I personally like more directed, but some people are going to like the openness. However, I like Tales from the Woods combat better. I like it better simply because it has a little bit more of that unpredictability. I think that comes from a lot of combat encounters in nature. I think it's hard to tell. Like, I remember back in it was back in college. Yeah, back in college, there was a cat. It was a loose cat. We had a big cat problem, big stray cat problem. But everyone knew there was this one big ass, mean ass cat. This cat was a bastard. He would get into fights all the time. And he was he took some meaty hits before. He would fight off fucking raccoons. He would fight things. But it was never really sure of how he did things. He didn't have hit points. He didn't have anything like that. No, he would take injuries and you'd fight some things. He'd get a scratch every now and again. You can see his scars over. It was a little bit more abstracted out. It's harder to tell. A single even a harmless animal can dig in the right place and suddenly you're fucked. Suddenly your ear has been bitten off by an animal that really shouldn't, but you just rolled really poorly and it got a good bite on you. I like that. I really like that idea. I like kind of the abstractness to the combat. I like the kind of the conflict is kind of that. It's a little bit loosey-goosey. I also like the system a little bit more. The D10, D6. I think that does it a little bit better. It kind of gives you a little bit more freedom of movement. Its Dog's Life, though, is probably better for... It's a Dog's Life does a better job of using its system to its fullest. It says we are a D20 roll under system, and Tooth and Claw combat is really really interesting because you can hurt each other pretty easily. Kind of have that back and forth. What I'm trying to get across here more than anything is that I would wish that if It's a Dog's Life 3rd edition does come out, Mr. Washburn, in the off chance you do decide to watch this. If you do decide to release It's a Dog's Life 3rd edition, I would encourage you to make sure that you add maybe some more abstractness to the combat when it comes to injuries and things. Just to give people a little bit more, not like, oh, well, you have 60 health or something, more along the lines of maybe like a wound tracker or something. Just to say like, hey, yeah, you've taken a scratch, like you're really injured, you're really not injured. It's kind of that more... You can continue fighting on even if you have a few scratches in case you're pretty injured, but you can still fight on pretty reliably. But it's hard to kind of give you like a, well, I know that no matter what, due to my health and due to how much damage it can do, it cannot kill me this round. It is impossible for it to kill me. I can survive another hit. I can survive minimum another hit. Maybe 2 if it rolls poorly. That kind of takes out some of the ambiguity of the conflict. So I like both of these games. I like both of them. I think they both serve a very interesting and fascinating look. I want to see more of these. And this is why I was kind of so fascinated in this particular case, just because you don't see many of these. And I'd like to see more. So, thank you. Let's do our next game, which is... I gotta bring up my little list. Ah, yes. So we have we have two big ones left, but we're gonna go over a small one. This is Dinosaur Stories. Dinosaur Stories is ridiculous. I love Dinosaur Stories. I think this game is silly. It's a silly game for silly reasons. Obviously, here is... Oh, that's not a PDF. I need to open the PDF file. When I say this is the character sheet, I'm not lying. This is the character sheet that I wrote completely in Comic Sans. Because it's ridiculous, and I adore this game. So, who wrote Dinosaur Stories? So if we go here, we type in Dinosaur Stories. You see it right here. It's by this company called Fourth Wish Games. The best way to say it is that these guys produce fuck all. They don't really... It's like these middle of the road, like 3-star games these guys pump out. And like this one is Pikaroo's Magical Bakery. It's like a one page game. It's a 2-page game. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why does this exist? And then it's like Champions of Midgard, which is this by this guy named Lucas Jones. He does everything. It's like 11 pages. And it's hard to find anything. Like, I think this is literally a pure white book that doesn't, like, yeah, like multi-column, the only thing, additional page with a paragraph setting, pickup games, obviously non-campaign gaming, Saturday morning cartoons, science fiction. Like, none of his games, like, really, like, jump out at me as, like, wow, this is the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen. I think this is just a guy who makes games because he feels like it. And I can respect it. Honestly, I can respect it. I think it's interesting. I gotta give the guy credit. That's all I can really say. I gotta give the guy credit. Dinosaur Stories is a game. Miracles of Science, fully operational, plays dinosaurs. When they say fully operational, take that with a, what the fuck is this? Different tangent. Like, what the? Okay, we're gonna look later. What the hell? The fuck? Okay, no. Don't look at these things. So, what is this game? What is Dinosaur Stories, everybody? What is this game? Well, it's a game. It's Jurassic Park. Licensed on the Creative Commons. Science has brought back the dinosaurs on a remote island somewhere in the Pacific. A secret facility has been working on reconstructing these ancient creatures. The researchers may have just taken more than they can handle this time because the dinosaurs do not appreciate being locked up or tested on, and they are very, very hungry. Yeah, this is, it's all in this font, by the way. Completely bolded, all in this font. This is why I have Doge here. This is why I have him here, to bring some color to the situation. And this is why I also brought a gun, because this is one of those games. We're going to play the Dino Monster and with our prehistoric characters. 6-sided die, 4d6. That's everything you're going to be rolling pretty much, but not really. You're going to be rolling a d6. Tokens, rage. There's no character sheet or anything. I just made this really simple. So in time to create a character, and the artwork is all over the place. I think he probably found this on like Creative Commons sites or something, just free assets that you can quickly put in. So cool. Dinosaur scream. We can talk to each other. Giant dinosaur screams, everybody. We love giant dino screams. We can't communicate, but well, we're also dealing with weird science. Genetic alterations done to you, so a T-Rex might be poisoned. A Velociraptor can be armor plated. Your group has a temporary allegiance, but only right now. So creating a PC is simple. You need to decide upon your species, assign your stats, choose your strength and weakness, and finally tally your total HP. There's no, like, your species has 0 mechanical value. It doesn't really matter what it is. All that matters is your stats, which are big, quick, and vicious. These are your stats. Big, quick, and vicious. You have your health points and your rage. As you can tell, Kenshi did decide that he wanted to be an Allosaurus. So here's his Allosaurus PNG. Yeah, here it is. This is how you make a character. So what you do, big represents your size. You roll for big. Quick is your measure of your speed, agility, or athletic capabilities. Vicious is your meanness, fighting ability, and killer instinct. You have 1, 2, and 3. So you pretty much assign a 1, 2, or 3, and that's how many dice you roll. However, there is also a catch. There's a catch that I think I quite enjoy. So, let's say, for example, Kenshi here wants to bite somebody. He wants to bite the human he wants to bite the giant robot mech trying to attack him, which is a thing in the game, apparently. He's going to take his 3d6 and he's going to roll. I rolled a success. I rolled 2 successes. I'm going to do it. I'm going to bite down on him. But let's say, for example, I want to gently nudge the human to open the door for me. I want to be friendly to the human. I'm going to have to roll my viciousness, with 5 and 6 being a failure. You can do an opposite roll. And I just rolled triple success, so that human's probably going to get eaten. I actually like that quite a bit because it encourages you to be a little bit wacky. So it's like anytime being big is helpful to you, you can roll big. Anytime it's not, you don't roll it. You need just 1d6, but like obviously someone would be like, you rolled 66 sixes. You're awesome. Everyone loves you. It's actually can be used against you. And it's like trying to cross over a plate glass ceiling will need to make a big roll in reverse. Cool. Like big roll for crashing a fence, crushing a car, crossing a lake, sneaking, handling human without squishing it, fitting through a doorway. Eating human, not eating the helpful humans. Making friends, recovering from a rage. Each PC will get 1 strength and 1 weakness. So, each of these, so technically you get to just choose whatever these are. They give you a few example ones, but these are the ones I chose. I chose strength as an active predator. I will roll an additional die when hunting or finding other animals or humans. However, I have a weakness of being angry. I reduced my rage by 2. Normally, you have 6 minus whatever your vicious is. So, I had 3 vicious, plus minus 6 to 3, would reduce it by 2. I have 1 rage. I am a mean dinosaur. Dice cannot be rolled, therefore, it is assumed to be 5 or 6 to result of the check. The lists provided that you'll get an idea of the weaknesses and situations. So, you can have things like armor. Spend an armor point to boost your big score by 1 for a single roll. Start of the session, you may regain all your armor points. You can be clever. You can be healthy. You can be perceptive. You can be poisonous. A lot of these are like, you get poison points. Like, you can spend a poison point to boost your viciousness score. That's what a lot of these are. None of these are like really detailed in a way. You also get funny ones like the one-liner. Anytime you could lose a point of rage by eating an annoying human, you may say a cheesy one-liner, hopefully with a dinosaur-related pun. If you do so, you may remove 2 points of rage rather than just 1. You cannot reuse one-liner. Yes, there's a mechanic for one-liners in this game. Why? I don't know. It's just a thing. Weaknesses. Angry. Car killer, yeah, hunt it down. Cute, you're one of those adorable dinosaurs. This is a picture in the product that he's asking for $2, $2.50 for. Remember that. He's asking for $2.50 for this game, and I adore it. Dolt. Be dumb. You don't know your own strength. Dumb. Hungry. Vertigo. You can choose whatever you really want. It's just twice your big score. fail a check, you lose a point of health. If you become meat, all of your carnivorous friends will certainly immediately eat you. Like all other points, when you end a session and restart play, you can refresh your HP back to full. Rage is anytime you fail a check, you receive a rage point. Anytime you have rage points equal to your rage limit, you immediately freak out and lash out violently towards everything, friend and foe alike. You lose the ability to speak and understand other dinosaurs. While you're freaking out, you need to make a vicious check in reverse. Succeed, then you make an end to your freak out, regain composure, but if you fail, continue to freak out. From freak out, you remove all your rage points. From there, a few other ways to remove some of your rage points. Particular annoying human, remove 1 rage. And the big thing is learning new human technology. Do something cool with it after you finish a session. Poser models, it's great. Roll some dice. You don't, as a DM, you don't roll any dice, really. Just roll some dice and have some fun. Fuck it. Here's some technology, and here's some funny, weird, well-working settings with self-contained micro-world. Fun things to play around with, automated train systems, but never describe things. A terribly long snake moves along the trail in front of you. Stops. It slides open, though rather than being filled with meat, it looks like it's mostly empty inside. You can hear some human speak sound coming out of it. Because, describe glass as very hard water or clear rock every time you refer to it, and the players will quickly understand, just like their characters. Because you need, you can always chance upon something crazy. Brontosaurus wants to ride on the smaller dinosaurs in the car. Let him roll against big. Sure, explain how he climbs on top of the car. It's a silly game. And the thing is, it knows it's a silly game. Basically, chicken nuggets on legs to PCs. And then anytime, the idea is that you can learn to interact with human technology. Once you learn from it, you're going to get useless skills. Like, you learn how to honk the car horn. At any time, you may honk the car's horn freely. This is how you earn experience points. You don't earn experience points to gain levels. You don't gain it to increase your stats. You use it to learn how to honk a horn. Terrible, awful rewards. Yeah, off the cuff, don't plan anything. Yeah, this is, here's the thing. Is this a game for, how do I want to word this? Is Dinosaur Stories a game for people who play games? No. No, it isn't. And you shouldn't think that it is. This is a game for little Timmy when he grabs his T-Rex toy and he grabs his Brontosaurus toy and then starts smashing them together, and then he brings the tank toy in, and then the T-Rex is on top of the tank currently, and he's trying to fight the Brontosaurus using the tank. Where you have a parent looking off to the side like, what in God's name is going on here? And the kid is going to be able to explain it to you in perfect detail. That kid is going to be able to understand exactly what's going on. Because this game is Dinosaur Toys, the RPG, effectively. It's smashing things together. Of course the Brontosaurus can ride a car. Of course he can, because he's a Brontosaurus car. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, of course the T-Rex is gonna, try to ride the train, because I have a train set, and the T-Rex fits on top of the train, so he's gonna ride the train. Do you want any more reason? No, you don't need any more reason. The reason is because a little kid said this. And I think that's what this game does best. Is this game good? No, it's an eyesore. It's a terrible fucking game. Barely works. Is this a game for kids to roll some dice and smash dinosaur toys together? Hell yeah, baby. That's all you need sometimes. Sometimes that is all you need, is to be able to have a little kid grab some toys together and slam them together as they do dinosaur battle. Because dinosaur battle is the coolest fucking thing ever. So, if you give me a moment, I'm going to use the bathroom. Ugh. Hello, I am back. So, the next game on our list is one of the more requested ones. I'm getting pinged. Who's pinging me? Go away. This was actually one of the more requested games that I go over. So, this is, if I bring up the right one, where... No, wrong thing. Always the wrong thing. Okay. This is Hyperborean mice. Hyperborean mice. A time beyond imagination. An age of fire, sword, and claw. Of decadent nobility, of raging barbarian hordes. The empire of the White Lords. A teeter on the brink of utter collapse. Ready to be redeemed or destroyed by the heroes of the age. And the entire country fits in a small field. This is the age of Hyperborean mice. A role-playing game of heroic rodents by Frank T. Sronce. So what is Hyperborean mice? Well, it's Conan mice. What, did you want? Yeah, no, it's one of those games. It's one of those. It's kind of one of those things where it is exactly as it says it is. And because it is exactly what it says it is, this is their only game. And it's like, oh, this domain is for sale. Well, actually, if we go to the Wayback Machine, you can kind of see what this is. Now, interestingly enough, I did a little looking. This game was born on RPGNet. For those who don't know what RPGNet is, it is a kind of I would say a relatively popular website about role-playing games. And it's very old. As you can see, it's not a young system. This has been up and running since 1996. And it does show. And this was actually born on a site. This was actually born on one of these. If I can do a little circle on a forum, actually, mostly them trying to figure out, maybe, is this a thing that can occur? Now, this is Hyperborean mice. It's literally a 2d6 system, not exactly the most complicated thing in the world. Let's see if I can find when there was actually true art, when they're without broken links. Now, it looks like everything is, there we go. And it is exactly as it says it is. That's the big thing. It is exactly as it says. You can technically order it from lulu.com. That is an option for the one, or you can buy it right here. It's only $8 for a softcover black and white book. And the PDF. You can buy everything together pretty cheap. For some reason, they made the black and white book and the PDF the exact same price. I don't know why, but it happens. And it's mixed. I see people who say they don't really like it, and some people who really like it. It's a mixed bag, which I understand. And that's it. Kind of born from RPGNet. And because it was born from RPGNet, it has some of the quirks that come along with it. If the entire pitch of Conan by way of Redwall says, oh yeah, this is fucking awesome, I'm totally invested, then you're going to like this game already. You're going to say that right now. Right off the bat, you're going to enjoy this game. If the term Conan but Redwall ain't doing it for you, or you already have your own sword and sorcery game that you really like, this isn't going to win any favors. This isn't going to be like, this is the greatest thing since life. No. No. It's gonna be... It's kind of hard to even say. It's kind of an odd duck of a game. Let's just say that. So, let's get to it. What is this game about? Well, as you can see, it's a 102-page book. It's 105 pages, but it's not really 105 pages. And it's going to tell you the exact system of what it is right now. So, 2d6 plus attribute plus modifiers. That's it. Here's your target numbers. Here's your typical modifier, your natural 12s or potential crits, which you gotta spend hero points to do it, which hero points are important. And natural 2s, which are botches, unless you spend a hero point on it. So, skill rolls, add everything together, alright. And then your combat training rolls, which are double cost skills that are based upon 2 stats. Call for your roll against combat rating, 2d6, add both stats, plus your score in the rating itself. So, this is Croxa, the mercenary barbarian of the White Company. His homeland in the Wildlands. He's a wild rat. And as you can see, I distributed his points relatively even. He's very much a fighter man. He got all his powers and such. Now, this is what you're going to end up with, really. And so, for example, anytime I want to make a melee combat check, I'm going to roll 2d6 plus 5, because my agility is 2 and my brawn is 3. So, and melee combat is agility plus brawn. So, 2 plus 3 equals 5 plus 2d6. That's it. If I want to dodge, I'm going to roll 2d6 plus 2. If I want to be courageous, I got 2d6 plus 3. Yeah. So let's say, for example, I want to make an endurance check. Actually, we'll carousing check. I put a 1 rating in there. I have 1 rating skill, so I'd add whatever my brawn is, plus my carousing, and that would be my total. That's it. Beats the strength, same idea, but this is also dependent on your size. The bigger you are, the easier some of these get, or some of them get harder, as you can kind of see by stealth and acrobatics and things like that. Which is, I normally would have a -4 in these, but because I have an agility of 2, I actually have a little bit higher. But it's complicated, like I'm a big fucking rat. I'm a big scary rat. So, that's the game. Yeah. The only odd, like, there's also the focus mechanic. Now, focus mechanic is if you spend time doing things, spend around thinking about it, you're going to get focus. You can spend focus to add a +1 to a roll, or you can spend focus to do special actions. Now, most of the time, you're going to get this at the start of every round. You're always going to have a little bit of focus to play around with, which I actually quite enjoy. Or if you don't have focus, you can burn fatigue. The more fatigue you have about 5 steps of fatigue. 1 step of fatigue makes you winded, everything after that makes you tired. The more tired you get, the more you're going to have to worry. If you're at exhausted, you burn all 5 of your fatigue, well, you're now going to be exhausted. Exhausted, you're going to take a -2 to all of your actions. But fatigue gives you instantly, lets you acquire focus, which allows you to spend it to do more things. So it's an interesting back and forth. And I like that. I think that's very appropriate. And then we have hero points, which allow you to reroll dice other than the botch, activate natural 12s, prevent botches, so on. Because the big thing is the idea of criticals. So let's say, for example, I need to climb something. And it's a target number 8, and I roll a 13. I rolled 5 up. Well, I've critted. I've done that better. I've done it faster. I've done it easier. I'm doing pretty good for myself. Now, there are some actually very particular things which you can do in addition to that in things like combat. Combat's actually fairly deadly in this game. Fairly dangerous because it's a Conan game. And if you score crits, you can do additional effects. If you score additional effects, you can start doing things quite dangerous. It's very, very easy. And especially if you choose to be things such as an assassin, which makes you even harder. You can kill someone pretty easily if you hit things just right. And most of the time you're going to have a size of 0. The most common race, you could say, is size 0, which is just a regular mouse. However, I chose to be a wild rat because I'm a big scary rat and I wanted to play a warrior. Otherwise known as Kratz, I wanted to play a warrior. Thank you, Spanglo. Your dedication has been noted. And that's it. You do have the option for magic. When it comes to magic resistance, you're going to be making the same roll. But magic is small magic, which I actually find very interesting. I'll go over that in a little bit. So he's going to tell you exactly everything you need to know. 0 is average, so that's pretty standard stuff. However, 4 is great. You're not really going to be at, like most things, since you're dividing by 7. As you can see here, my big attribute is brawn. I want to be a really strong character. So because I'm a really strong character, I'm very strong. I can endure most things because I'm a big fucking scary rat, but I also have 0 cleverness in everything. And I'm not super perceptive, and I'm really awful at magic. And I'm not going to get better at magic anytime soon. But I don't want to be better at magic because I'm not a woman. And sorry, I don't trust femboys. So, you do have quite a few options, and I do actually enjoy that. Which also goes down to your social status, which is what equipment you actually have. Which is things like, like most characters are going to be lower nobility, upper class, or commoners. I became impoverished. Like, I am pretty much a wandering barbarian mercenary for a company. It's me and a couple other guys, and we go around, we loot and pillage. When you're starting equipment, you're going to have, effectively, things that are above your status +1, but can't replace it if they ever lose it. Below their status, you can effectively drop up to that level. The more, if you are at a common, if you're a commoner, you can get commoner goods for relatively cheap starting equipment wise. It's kind of a non-factor. If you're impoverished, you can get a few commoner equipment, but you're not going to be able to really replace it easily. But you can always get slave outcast. If you're upper class, everything else is pretty cheap. So, there are a few races. The royal mice. Normal white mice that are all inbred albinos that use magic. We don't trust them because they're all probably going to kill us. And they're all lower nobility, minimum. White mice, white mice are descendants of the first one. The first one, which there's an entire bit of lore, and common mice are the most common. They literally have 0. They're pretty standard. Like, they're not really really fascinating in that regard. You don't say anything for an hour to an hour and a half, and when I say women and femboys, that's when you come back. I understand how you operate, Ironside. Effectively, because I'm not a loser, I don't invest in magic, hence why I am terrible at magic, but I have, like, really good brawn, and I could kick your ass. Because I'm a giant rat man, and I can do whatever I want. So, jumping mice are the weird ones. Those are, like, the only ones that kind of threw me for a loop when I first saw them. Then we have white rats. Called royal servants who acquire white or at least very light brown fur. And then common rats, bit larger, mild temperaments. I chose to be a wild rat. I'm big, I'm not magical, and I want to beat someone to death. Now, you also have this issue, but powers. Powers are kind of like perks in like 99% of other games. Which they're things such as a bare-handed parry. You suffer no penalties for trying to parry a weapon with your bare hands. Berserk. You can't focus anymore, but don't worry. I have +1 to hit and damage. Blessing of Lucille. Blind fighting. Cat Slayer. When you attack an enemy creature size before, you can send focus to make the attack more lethal. If you hit, you get the Impale combat bonus for free. Hey, I can respect that. I mean, you do you, brother. But yeah, crossbow master, disarm. Like, you get quite a few of these, actually. Now, Kratzka here, I deliberately went out of my way to give him a few different ones. For example, he can berserk, he's a combat machine, glory seeker, thunderblow, and tough as nails. He's got a pretty good amount of equipment on him. Hence why you get things like mouse jitsu, keyhole shot, ground fighting, glory seeker. But you also need to spend these power points on magic. And there's actually quite a few of these. Escape artist, fast, silent, gifted hands, holdout, or familiar territory, good reputation, high social standing, musician, silver tongue, snappy patter, and various other ones. Where are you? Fucking fly now. And then we have other little weird powers that are just allow you to do things. That's pretty much it. You're a survivor. You are a tough as nails. You're unstoppable. You're a force of personality. You're fearless. Now, your magic powers, you have 6 basic spells. These are going to cost 2 of your initial 5 points. You have things such as Compel, Guise, Shaping, Spark, Tug, and Whispers. Those are your 6 powers. And however, the entire idea is that each of these basic spells are going to be expanded on. You use Spark to put skill point. If you invest in Spark, you can now put skill points into Spark, which allows you to conjure light and flame. So, for example, if I go over here, I can now invest in these skills. The more I invest, the better I do. The better I do, the more ability I am. Oh, yeah, don't worry about that, brother. It's fine. I'm not blaming you. It's okay. There's a reason I upload these VODs. Also, your grandpa fat. Ugh, fuck. That's never good. Trust me, I know. Yeah, no. When in doubt with I know with dogs anyway. Make sure you got like all the collar stuff set up. Some people get weird. Some people get weird about that if you don't have like the proper collar identification shit. I know there is one that has like the special chips and stuff in it. Yeah, I know when it comes to that. Like but like falls with older folks. No fall is a good fall. Like just remember that. I went through it more than once. It's like. It's even like just little things can be really not good. Trust me, I can do stories about that, but that's not a time nor place. We're going over mice right now. And I like the spell system. Kind of looking back to it. I do quite enjoy the spell system. It's a little bit weird. You have to use it to spend high sorceries, and that's at like the end of the book is where you get a lot of that. And then you have your other magical powers, which are like Magic Reserve, Magical Talent, Natural Link. Superior Magic Resistance. You could never learn to cast spells even if your magic rating is above 0. Now, flaws are usually the exact way you think about it. You're debt-ridden, you're drunk, you're eerie, you're forsaken, you're blind, you're grim, haunted, honorable, illiterate. Superstitious, spendthrift, wanton. Like, you can do a lot of these things, kind of the most powerful character ever. Yeah, no, it kind of, it knows what it is, and some of these are actually pretty fucking bad. Like, you take a few of these things, and, like, you're gonna be kind of put on your ass. Hyperborean mice is perfectly playable, which is kind of the issue. Balance traits are 50-50. Now, here's the thing. A balance trait is, in what I would say anyway, is a trait that you're going to pick to say, you are this is a campaign is based around these attributes. You are doomed. This is a campaign that, that's kind of going to be about your doom. Or we're all members of an organization. For example, Nebraska here decided that he is going to be a mercenary. He is part of a mercenary band, and he has all the problems and assistance of being part of that. And it goes over all of the skills, how everything works, and then your combat ratings. Combat ratings work exactly the way you think. You roll your dice, you try to hit them. Is there any battle map system? No, there isn't. Is there any unique system of handling any event? No, there is not. You don't need that. It's very, I wouldn't say it's open and like freeform or anything like that, but it's definitely a little bit more theater of the mind than traditional. Does he have a big sword? No, he has a big axe. He has a battle axe that does a 1d6 plus 5 damage. And for context, this right here, you're normally going to have at a decent brawn, you're normally going to have about 12 health. 12 to about 10 to 12 health. Yeah, you're about, I'd say about 11 to 12. Yeah, no, you are I am a very scary person if I actually hit you, which is going to be a lot. Yeah, now the big thing is you have, when you roll your initiative, roll your speed skill, and act in that order. Now, if you have focus, you can have a pretty much a secondary action. So you can, primary action, you can acquire focus, special maneuver, stand up, social skills, draw a weapon, recover from being stunned. And you can use focus to do other things. You can use it to increase your abilities, do things. There's a lot of rules for being tied, which I think is a little bit weird, personally. Was he raised by an abusive adoptive father? No. He's just a rat man. He's a barbarian rat man, because I tried to make as much Conan as I could. Which is a little bit harder, which is easier said than done. Let's just say that. Yeah. Conan, Rat Conan, was a little bit difficult to make. But most of these are exactly the way you think. You try to avoid it. Anytime I'm attacking you, anytime I'm making an attack and you're trying to dodge, we both take our d6s, you roll your attack, and you rolled let's say a 6. I want to write my defense, I rolled a 12. Well, hyperspace hoopla, everybody. I dodged. And I might roll above you while I do a special dodge. Get out of the way or something like that. Because that's pretty simple. Again, this is an aggressively easy to understand game. And the big thing is when it comes to ties are, after attacks roll, defender makes you focus. On tied attack rolls, the attacker gets to make a second attack. Because you've tied, it's kind of the idea of like you throw your sword, you're kind of attacking with your sword and you kind of bounce off your other one, and then you go in for another. It's kind of this clash of like clang, clang, clang. You're trying to fight, you're trying to either miss or try to get a good hit in. With throwing and with ranged weapons, however, you just do half damage. So if you do, let's say, a d6 plus 2 damage, you would now do whatever you rolled divided by 2. Round it up. Oh, he's Conan, not Guts. Yeah, this is Conan. This is very Conan. Hyperborean mice is very Conan. Basic combat modifiers, extra attacks, parrying modifiers. You're trying to do all the little modifiers or all these little things. You make successes, you make combat bonuses, you critically fail, you're really bad at fails. And you get, we'll claim 1 combat bonus. These additional benefits can inflict extra damage, stun foes, or otherwise aid you. This is really where the game is. I'm going to say this right now. The combat system is what the game is about. And it works. I actually quite enjoy this. Damage is simple. You roll, you hit, you're going to do damage equal to whatever your weapon is, minus their armor. Now, if you can, now the big thing is you can spend fatigue, focus or fatigue to avoid passing out, which I actually think that's really interesting. So effectively, if you are below, let's say you're at 0 HP, you should be down and out. However, as long as you keep focusing, as long as you keep kind of trying to stay awake, stay upright and standing, you're going to stay upright and standing, meaning that you can potentially live a little bit longer than you really should. Enemies, on the other hand, don't. You hit 0, they're out. Unless they are kind of a unimportant character. But even then, well. However, drop below -1, you make a death check. Roll 1d6 compared to their current hit points. If they roll below the number of hit points that they've gone negative, they will pass out and are dying. So, for example, let's say I have -1 HP. I rolled a 1. I'm fine. because I didn't roll below it, I rolled equal to it. But let's say I'm at negative 2 HP and I roll a 1 again. Well, fuck, I'm on the ground. I have, my wounds have finally gotten to me. I stagger forward and fall over. It's like, all right, cool. They roll 5 or more points below, negative 6, and possibly much more wounded than that. They are slain outright. Cool. I like it. It's very to the point and very simple. And you can technically have negative armor ratings. And here's all the combat bonuses. And some of these can actually be pretty mean. So let's say you hit by someone by over 5. So you can get one of these. If you hit someone over 10 points, let's say they roll a 5 and you roll a 15, you get to detect 2. And if you're an assassin, if you select a very certain attribute, a very certain power of assassin, you can claim an additional 1. So you may be able to do 2, 3 of these at once. But some of these bonuses are things like bypass armor. You just ignore the target's armor. You can grab them. Rather than inflicting damage with melee, you seize up and throw an arm around the opponent's necks. You do additional damage. You stun them. You set them up. Like, for example, my weapon. I have my battle axe, and it has the hack ability. I can choose to hack for edge weapons that can inflict devastating injuries. I can do an extra d6. So if I beat you by 5 points, I can do 2d6 plus 5 damage. So I rolled a 6 there. I can do 11 damage to you with a single hit if I hit you just right. Now, if I roll over a 10, ooh. Well, I'm going to take my 2d6 here, because I'm going to hit you with that because I can. And I'm also, you know what? Let's just do something even better. Well, let's do something even worse. Let's say I want to stun you as well. I hit you so fucking hard, you're on your ass. Like you get down, bitch. Especially if you get things like impale, you do a lot of damage, but they're stuck in you. So you can technically play a monster. You can play Monster Hunter in this game if you really want, except you're a bunch of mice fighting a goddamn cat. And average hit points being around 11 to 12, that's basically a one-shot. Yeah, you can basically one-shot people. If you know what you're doing, you can really one-shot people. And that's on purpose. That is by design. Especially if you get Assassin, and especially if you roll really fucking well, you can knock some people on their ass immediately if they're not wearing armor. But this is what it bills itself as. It's a gritty fucking game. It's a gritty game for the right reasons, and I like that for it. Mostly when you have things like Smash. Like, honestly, I wish there was a Maul weapon, but it wouldn't be terrible. You put it in. You have 1d4 extra damage and be knocked down if they are your size or smaller. So pretty much what you can do is you can do extra damage. I'm going to do 1d4 extra damage, and I'm going to bash you to the ground. You're just on your ass currently as I get to beat you to death longer. Cool. I'm liking it. And some of these superior combat bonuses are even worse. At least you have 10 points over. You can only be claimed circumstance would permit. However, some of these special abilities like Assassin that allow you to add free combat bonus under certain circumstances. If you score a regular combat bonus and a bonus one, use both. Some of these things are like Blinding Blow. You strike at the target in the eye, bypassing any worn armor. They take even 1 point of damage from your strike. They are blinded in that eye. Creatures large enough to shrug off this blow will still be blind in that eye for several minutes and have -4 fight through the pain. If you roll good enough, you can just slash someone and have the, rip, and blood starts splurting everywhere as they grip where their eye used to be, as they start flailing massively, trying to rip you, trying to hit you, or even worse when you hit them with like a disarm, just knock their fucking weapon out of their hand. Knockout blows, pinning missiles, superior bypass armor. And this is Lucas takes one for the team. This is the absolute worst. And when I read this, I was like, damn. So, an assassin sneaks up behind Lucas while the Confederate distracts him, and the killer's stealth roll is better than Lucas' sixth sense. Lucas gets to roll melee combat for dodge, his dodge at +2, but a -4 penalty to being off guard. The assassin rolls a total of 11 and Ruthless rolls a 3 for a total of 1. He has a opponent a double critical success, and he gets to add another for his assassin combat power. Claiming Hack, Impale, and Hit Hard as his bonuses, he can't claim any bonus twice, Lucas takes a total of 17 points of damage, putting him at -7 and killing him outright. Alas, poor Lucas, we hardly knew ye. Yeah, just immediately run him through. Because if you don't spot an assassin's probably going to stab you to death. And if you do take like a -2 or -3, those do stack up because it's all about ranges, which I like. I like this game. It's pretty good. And there's even more like when it comes to like the advanced combat. Oh, here's acrobatic dodges, which you can spend your focus on doing. You can intimidate a foe, feign weakness, dive for cover. And don't forget about the entire grappling section, because not a single fucking game in any reality has ever done wrestling well. None of them. Not a one. Except for mine, of course, Wink. But yeah, here's natural healing. Here's all the common diseases that you can get. Healing is hard, mind you. Like, you fuck up. If you're not able to get into like a good healing location, if modifiers reduce your recovery rate to 0, you don't heal. So, for example, you heal 2 per night, and however, currently at negative hit points, -1. You were dying within the last day, -1. You were sick, -1. Outdoors, -1. Terrible condition, -1. Good condition, +1. So, for example, you may say you restore 2 base, but let's say you were at negative HP and you were dying. You weren't recovering anything. You're on your ass in bed. You're going to do nothing. Next day, you're going to restore 1 because you weren't dying within the last day. You're alive, you'll live. Next day goes by, you're going to live. It'll be a bitch and you're going to be feeling it, but you'll live. But if you're in shitty conditions, it's going to get worse. Which, if you are in shitty conditions and negative HP and dying, you better. Certain weapons have that. You need to have like a certain weapon to do hacks and impales together. Probably he has like a polearm or something. Stealth polearm, don't you know? Common diseases. All of these do things slightly different. Because the thing is, you also get to add in all of the combat bonuses at the same time. So if you roll 15 up, or you roll 10 plus an assassin's +1, you can add in a hack and impale and a hard hit at the same time, which is actually, again, you can stack these things up. You can make a really nasty hit. And people can get hurt really badly. You can get gutworms, fleas, and all that shit. Spells, I like the idea of the magic system. I like the idea that it's this mousy magic. Mousy magic is small. Almost all of the spells are very simple. They're not supposed to be lightning bolt. Lightning bolt is for big mages. You are not one. You suck. You are a fucking rat. You are a little mouse. Mouse does not use lightning bolt. Mouse uses spark, where he throws little sparks at your face and runs away. And it's a lot, you're making all your little spells. You got to get all your little bonuses together. The better you do, the better you are. Pretty easy. And trivial spells don't need to do anything. Small magics, usually it's a typical check. It's like an 8. Large, very difficult. Ooh. But you got fatigue. High sorceries are very big, very scary. But there's a lot of conditional modifiers and things like this. Like, for example, this is compel, magically influencing the emotions and actions of others. So, example trivial spells. You can do this with anyone who's in with arm reach. Concentrate. Easier to concentrate on something, eliminating 2 points of penalties due to lack of sleep, exhaustion, or distraction. It's me putting my hand on your back and saying, focus, we can do this. And it's like, all right, let's do this. Or, oh no, you wake up, you hear you hear a band, you hear rustling in the woods. It's me reaching over, hitting you on the chest, and waking you up immediately. You're fully awake and aware. You grabbed your weapon, and it's like, shh, someone here. Everyone's, you spring up real fast. You're ready to fight. You don't have to spend anything. There's no magic points or anything like that because it's a small magic. However, if you do lull to sleep, well, maybe we can make the guard go to shh. I'd kill you for a real life concentrate spell. Yeah, brother, don't worry. Yeah, and like some of these are like, and these are like nice, little, and small, and I like that. I like small spells because like magic does not feel big and like crushing. Like it's not. You're not gonna cast fireball. Like even things like a concentrate is pretty good. Hey, it's deafeningly fucking loud, and I need to work on this thing. Luckily, I have my mouse friend here who's gonna tap me on the back and eliminate that threat. I don't gotta worry about it. Or it's things like, oh, he's rolling paralysis, like weakness, and like, okay, this is like a big spell. I'm drawing everything I can to make you not move for a round. Oh no, whatever shall we do? Directed emotions or forget things, ingested emotions. Mesmerize. Now, there's some of the only one that I could really find that would like do a lot of attack, like a lot of damage are things like shaping, which is a large magic and does like a d6 plus magic damage. Oh no, like that's as much as you're really gonna get. And like shaping spells also allow you to heal. Touch a minor wound, seal a shot, maintain for 15 minutes. You can roll a very hard medicine check to convert 1 point of damage into 1 fatigue. Oh no. Like heal wounds, like staunch bleeding, but more potent. Maintain for 15 minutes. You can roll a hard medicine check to convert 1d3 magic points damage into 1 fatigue. Yeah, that's all you're doing. You're just converting it into fatigue. You're going to get tired, but don't worry. You're going to live. We like that. Spark, like most of these, like 1d6 plus magic damage. Wow. Holy shit. Like, but you're going to use this to light a candle. Candlelight. That's what we like to see. That's what you're used to. Let the guy with the spear deal with the enemy. Pronounce geese. Gaius. Gaos. Gas. What was the one I always heard? Oh, Geos. That was a fun one. Geos. That's what. No, I'm not gonna pick anyone. I'm from fucking Middle America. I ain't doing shit. You can't control me. Yeah, little spell effects. I like the magic system. I think it works pretty well. I think it's fine. And then you have some of like the really specific ones. Like here's alchemy, here's bushfires. Like, okay, this is fine. Now, a lot of these are pretty simple, and these are all just things that you might need in certain situations. The wilderness survival, and then we have all the combat gear. There aren't actually that many weapons. Mostly because if you have a metal knife, fun fact, yeah, a metal knife is going to fuck your day up. Because metal is important. Metal is really expensive. A normal person isn't really getting metal all that much. Which I actually quite enjoy. I like. And then we have like additional equipment. There's a random equipment, haggling. I'm like, eh. Kind of lore. Like, if you want lore and stuff, it's decent lore. Like, do you want Conan lore, but worse? Like, yeah. It's Redwall, but Conan. Well, you don't like Gaos? Or Geos? Geace? There you go, Geace. That's my final answer. Geace. Hero point option, 1 XP per item, bonus XP. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. I actually like it. But running a game kind of goes over like how things are done. Example magic items. Let me see if I can find. Here's some of the. This is a cat, for example. A cat has a +9 to melee and does 1d6 plus 8 damage on his claws. This fucker has 24 HP and a natural armor rating of 6. Yeah, no, a single cat can fuck you. A single cat is going to fuck your... They're going to fuck your day up. You're going to die if you fight a cat alone. Because it's... Entire armies are arrayed to hunt them down. Like, yeah. Cats are scary. Like, they're... A single cat's going to really drag you down. Even things like bullfrogs and things like that can really drag you down and really hurt if you get hit by them. A single good hit. Oof. You know, 27 HP for a fox, dealing 1d6 plus 9 damage for a bite. Ooh. Leeches, murkwater leeches. Like, yeah, there's a lot of they're not fucking around sometimes. Like, let's see. Owls and Hyperborean monsters are honestly dragons. They are huge, terrifying, just as intelligent as character and capable of working magic. The bonus gives them a typical night. It is very hard to work magic on an owl, but they don't share that same problem when casting spells upon rats or mice. Yeah, so a basic owl is 24 health, which is still quite a bit, with a natural armor rating of 3, and can grab you, deal 1d6 plus 8 damage, and can't really, and pretty much is going to terrify the shit out of anybody. Yeah, lots of forsaken, like, rodents and rats and shrews. Shrews are like the evil ultimate bad guys that everyone hates. Everyone hates shrews. Everyone hates weasels. Yeah, there's quite a few, monstrous things that you can encounter, and generally that's Hyperborean mice. Okay, so first things first. Do I like Hyperborean mice? Yes. Here's the thing. I enjoy Hyperborean mice. I enjoy it for what it is. However, do I want to run this over other sword and sorcery games? Well, kind of depends on what you want. That's why I said right at the beginning of this section. Does Redwall by way of Conan say, hell yeah, or is that rocking your world? If that's rocking your world, then you're going to like this game. If that's not really doing it for you, it's going to be a 50-50. It's kind of going to be that game. Like, you might like it if you like sword and sorcery. But if it's like, oh, you're rats, oh, you're mice and rats, that might be, no, I don't want to deal with that. And I was like, no, that doesn't really interest me. Redwall doesn't interest me for that kind of story. So, okay, that kind of writes it off. But if you want to play it as like a normal game, so like as a sword and sorcery system, it kind of has too much on the mice aspect. You have things like the size and the cats and stuff like that. So, generally speaking, do I recommend Hyperborean mice? Yeah. Again, but it is going to be entirely prefaced on a single question. Do you want Redwall by way of Conan? If that is a no for either Conan or for Redwall, play Barbarians of Lemuria if you want Conan, because Barbarians of Lemuria is really fucking good. Play Mossflower, if that ever comes out, for Redwall. or one of the other multiple Redwall-esque systems out there. Play that. This isn't really gonna like rock your world in any direction. But if that sounds interesting to you, Conan by way of, Redwall by way of Conan, this is going to be right up your fucking alley. This is going to be your game, because this is everything, because that is exactly what it is. And not much else. And when I say, like, the game is perfectly competent, it doesn't really do anything, like, aggressively amazing. It doesn't really do anything aggressively super cool and interesting. It is a perfectly serviceable system. It is a perfect 7 out of 10. It is a passing grade. It does everything right. It does nothing to impress upon you anything else. That's all I can say. I like it. I want sword and sorcery. I'm probably going to play Barbarians of Lemuria. Not gonna lie. Probably going to play that. Because that's something I enjoy. So, our final game, one of the older ones. Welcome to Woof, Meow. Yes, Woof, Meow. And this is a game that exists, and we all have to deal with. Now, obviously, I had to bring in my boy Varric, a cat, who his breed is a Moggy, which I did learn. Fun fact, everybody. Fun fact, a Moggy is a cat mutt, is a mutt cat, with no distinguishable breed. I learned that the other day, and I'm very proud of it. Yeah, I'm done. And, yep. This one's a weird one. I'm going to go pretty fast because it's kind of weird. Now, this is by a company called Game Systems Incorporated. Here's also fucking Nightmare Cat. Game Systems Incorporated. Does Game Systems Incorporated exist? I don't know. I genuinely do not know. I don't think it does. This is not them, by the way. This is not them. This is a completely different company. I looked at them. They just don't exist. I've looked everywhere for them. Woof Meow. Now, I looked at Woof Meow TTRPG. I'm like, okay, maybe there's something that I can work with. I looked here. Role-playing game in 1988. Nothing. Rico Font, John Williford. Cool. All right. Rico Font, John Williford. Who are you guys? Nothing. They've worked on Woof Meow. There's nothing. This game doesn't exist. This doesn't work. Is this not a game? This isn't a thing. It's bizarre. I think the only reason why it's even here is this. Like, this is the extent of what I could find on it. That it, in fact, exists. Which is really bizarre to me. I don't know where this game came from. I don't know who wrote it. I know these two wrote it, but it's impossible to find anything on it. So, let's do it. What is this game? Well, this game is a game about being intelligent cats and dogs. That's it. It's a it's a D6 game. And these are your stats. And anytime you need to roll something, you're going to roll some D6s. Cool, right? So anytime you're playing a cat, you have to use these ones, and everyone can kind of think what a cat does. You're always going to land on your feet. Anytime you can gain another life. Any cat that has more than one life and die will simply wake up again a short time later. Lives are, of course, cumulative. And you can also kill people using the power of... Yeah, this magical ability that empowers the cat who knows it to draw the breath from a sleeping human, thus killing him. Any cat that successfully draws breath from a sleeping human gains a life. For some reason, cats have the ability to murder people in this game. And you have dogs, say dog, there's all these things about dogs, dog things. They can lick their wounds. They can summon their owners. Every dog has his day. It's very important. Once every 30 days, the dog may declare his day. Everything becomes a little bit easier. Dogs can sense bad intentions in humans. Very important, very scary. We don't know. So, let's make a character. How do we make a character? Well, there's six stats. Strength, intelligence, agility, size, cuteness, and your health. I did not make a very optimized character. I'm going to be frank with you. I didn't. I did not optimize my cat. My cat is unoptimized, and I feel very sad about it. So generally speaking, your cat might have 3, my cat has a 6 strength, 3 intelligence, 5 agility, 2 size, 1 cute, and 5 health. This is the incorrect way to make a character, I learned. This is the very incorrect way to make a character, because that is way too much into your attributes, even though that's also very important. Very odd. So, your very basic attributes are pretty standard stuff. Nothing jumps out as like really odd. The only one that is odd and strange to me is cute, which is your gauges your physical appearance, how attractive you are to those of your kind, how lovable and cuddly you look to humans. So it's like cool. Now, this is a point buy system. You're using things called creation points or CPs to buy stats and skills. This is possibly the worst laid out fucking book I've ever seen in some aspects. And it's really poorly laid out for one very particular reason. Is that you have 30 creation points and it's telling you how to buy everything in order. So it says, oh, here's how you can spend your creation points on this. Don't forget, we have to save up our points for skills. So I said, okay, we got to save our points for skills. And then your skills are here. Each skill costs 1 creation. All right, very simple to understand. But they don't tell you that later on, you also have to buy advantages using this skill. You also have to buy magic using these creation points. You have to buy a lot of things with creation points they don't tell you about. But how does the system actually function? Well, it's a roll-under system, sort of. Sort of a roll-under system. Let me see if I can find the exact... All the stupid animals. No, we don't want magic abilities. Just give me the fucking... Give me the goddamn roll already. Let me just confirm that I know what I'm talking about. No, okay, we gotta go all the way down. Come on, we're almost there. Oh my god, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I remember the system is odd. Yeah, the system is a little bit strange for me. Not figuring distances. I mean, what the hell is it? It's gonna drive me nuts now. Drop the Kennel Master. Where is it? Because it's like a D6 like roll under system, and where it's like you gotta roll under your attribute with the number of dice you have. Where are you? This is what I mean, like this game is laid out weird, because it's not where you think it is. Okay, here we go. Because, yes, in the middle of the skills section, we tell you actually how to play the game. Oh no, it's a feral furry game with cheese pizza. Maybe you should look in prisons for its creator. I don't know. Its creator is apparently a font, according to Google. And it's... I honestly think this came out in '88. I think this was literally like a meme game. Some of the writing. So, what we need to do to make a skill roll is we take our dice. Whenever attempt to use a skill, make it difficulty what you're trying to do. Very easy, average, hard, very hard. Try to do something, the Kennel Master judges it, you'll roll 1 die. Unless they're equal to your level in that skill, you're successful. Judges that you are trying to do an easy task, roll 2 dice. Alright, pretty simple. So, let's say, with Varric the cat, I want to make an intimidate check. I'm very intimidating. I want to make sure that everyone knows that I mean business. And it's going to be we'll say an average check. I need to roll under 11 with 3d6. I rolled awful. Let me roll that again. Okay. I rolled an 11. I scored and I am successful. I have intimidated the person. I've rolled under my ability. Now, some of these are going to be a little bit complicated because all attributes are technically add together. That is actually how you determine what everything is. So, for example, I need to push something open. I'm going to have to roll under my strength and my health. So, if it's average, I roll 3d6. I scored a 5. I've rolled under that. I am successful. Skills, for some fucking reason, I have no idea why this is the case. How skills work is that you buy the skill and you get a +1 to it. Every point you invest into the skill, you get an additional +1 to it. So if my annoy, it's technically, I believe it's what is it? It's I believe it's like intelligence plus strength or something. I can't remember what it is. It's you're trying to annoy somebody, and because I invested, it was it's intelligence plus health, I think. Like, because I'm trying to annoy somebody, I invest a point into it, I get a 9 to it, but then I invested another point into it, now I have a 10. That's how you use skills. It's weird. It's a weird way of looking at things. And the way they explain it is really poor. But I get it, but don't. So, for example, okay, yeah. Annoy is intelligence plus health. Okay, it's not much of a skill. It could be fun to role play. So, you invest in that. Dogs only get bite. Cats get this for free. Dogs, howls, intimidate. The way this game is set up is kind of odd. And there's quite a few skills, because that's something that's very important. You can also do tricks. You want to get more tricks, but tricks also, mind you, tricks also cost creation points, which you're using your intelligence. Intelligence is the most valuable skill in the game. It is the most valuable attribute. It is used for a lot of different things. This is old school design. Bump your intelligence up anytime you have the opportunity to, because it is the best. And your damage points are entirely, your health effectively is determined by your size plus your health times 2. So you most of the time aren't really going to have that much health. Your size is going to be, let's say you average out your size about 3, and let's say you average your health at about 3 as well. You're going to end up with about 9 health on average. Is that like a set way? No. Varric ended up with quite a bit of health. Human favor, on the other hand, is your cute times 2 plus 1 per trick. So, my cute is, everyone starts with a trick. I don't even know if I calculated this right. Technically, this would be 2. Like, I'm not a very personable kitty. That's the point. And the fact that you're not a very pretty cat, like, you get things, and it's like, oh, you have to work a human favor with the difficulty determined by what you want. Oh no, the animals are turning tricks too. Yeah, pretty much. You might maybe be able to repeated attempts. Quite possible several attempts. And then, but don't worry, you also have to spend advantages with your creation points. But some of these are different, such as free if you have an owner, or if you're groomed. Yes, grooming is, for some reason, grooming is thing. If your house broken, if you have keen ears, keen eyes, keen nose, you're pretty much making things a little bit easier, a little bit less. But remember, but cats can't have owners. But here you can actually have as a cat, you can have an owner. But this is also an essential mechanic for the survival role. But patrons are also completely different as well. Pedigrees, a pedigree dog will have better reaction from human, but pedigree is also for cats, but we're only going to mention dogs here. What I'm trying to get across here is that this game is written really weird. And some of these are things like my favorite, black. Yes, the crippling drawback of being a black cat. But it's funny just to say black. Oh no, grooming. Yeah. Problems, black. Like, yeah, that's a thing that's in the, like, oh god. The fact that you're chubby. You're a chaser, that you chase things. You're cocky. You're a collector. You're cowardly. You're declawed. Or you're dependent on something. You have dependence. You're an enemy. You're fleas. You're laziness. And you just won't do tricks. Ever. Technically, if I won the min-max variant, I would make him a lazy, big-ass cat who just wants to fight. You're mange. You're neutered. Technically, being neutered, the difficulty level of reaction rolls is increased by 2 when dealing with any other animal of the same species that knows you've been neutered. So, I need to convince you, and it's going to be an easy check, only 2, but you know I've been neutered. It's now 4d6 roll under, just because you've been neutered, you fucking nightmare monster. Racist. No, it's in 1988, Matt. Matt, you gotta remember, 1988, it was healthy to smoke cigarettes. It was cool to say all these things. It was fine. Everything was fine. You gotta remember that. Toothless. And then here's our example dog. Like this derpy. I like the derpy looking dog. Funny, like derp dogs. You know. Send this to derp dog, go derp. Yeah, like, it's a little bit weird by just how things are calculated sometimes, and everything is like, yeah, it's an odd duck. Bite bow, bull mastiff. What's my dog? Animal bite bow. It's a dog. It's a chief, the soft paw, the cat. Has no advantages, but is a just terrible. Everyone hates them. Bristle fur, the Burman cat. Everyone likes the Burman cat. Now, don't forget, everyone also has magic. Yes, until would have 5 magic points. You need at least 1 magic point to cast. If a character uses as many magic points as he wishes, and once a character has used all his magic points, he cannot do until he rests, which is 24 hours. Now, how does magic points work? Well, you use magic the exact same way you think. These requirements are often listed as magical ability times x14. Earned with creation points. A casting level, which is pretty much how magic ability of at least 14. Some requirements so easy that even a base level, an average dog or cat can turn to meet the requirements for the given ability. Ooh. The caster must be black. Now, this is kind of the idea when it comes to like magic abilities, is things like Alley Cat. Alley Light creates an area of darkness within 10-yard radius. Any animal that does not have either night vision or keen smell has difficulty while operating in Alley Light. But for example, when it comes to saying like you can bump up your Alley Light to make it easier for you to cast, make it easier for you to use. In exchange, if once you hit 12, you can actually use Blind. You can take that as an ability. Twitch won't let me say the words my grandfathers told me were polite words. Yeah, pretty much. We don't. But yeah, like some of these are actually pretty detailed. Things like catwalk, cat wings, chainsaw claws for cats. You know, you have to have death claws. 5 additional points of damage. Low buzzing noise. Change form, change cat. Well, yeah, this is like, here's some magic spells your fucking cat can pull off. Here's some cat stuff that your dog can pull off. A warning advantage, a limited amount of time. Yeah, all of the artwork is just a little bit wonky sometimes, and I like it. Don't get me wrong, I like it sometimes, but it's funny. You know, telltale, you know, summon owner. Yeah. Okay, so what does the actual combat look like? Well, the combat is measured in seconds. You have to make a successful bite and claw check to try to bite and claw them at average difficulty. The better you are, the better you're going to be able to hit. All players involved roll. So, anytime you want to try, target of attack gets a chance to move out of the way or dodge the attack. To do so, the target must make a successful roll against agility plus agility. They're always considered hard, so you're always going to be rolling 4d6. Ooh. Dodge both of their attacks. So yeah, it's a combat system is actually pretty meaty, depending on also your strength. You won't really actually be doing that many damage. So, for example, because Varric has a strength of 6, anytime I hit you for damage, I'm going to roll a d6, and I'm going to do that much damage. If I have higher strength, let's say a 7, I'm going to roll, and I'm going to do a little bit more damage. I roll, I add 1. You're not taking a lot of damage. And that's kind of the point. Here's the thing, you're not really supposed to be taking a lot of damage with this game, because this game is about talking dogs and talking cats. It's a funny game where a skill is called Annoy, or you have the Claw skill, or the Intimidate skill, and the Singing ability. You want to sing as a cat? You can do that. It's a little bit goofy in that regard. Little bit goofy, a little bit funny. That's kind of the point of the game, is to be silly and a little bit not super serious. You know, when you take damage, you know, it's good scratches, total of 10 damage points. You know, after the bite does 10th point of damage, Bristlefur falls down unconscious. Short while later, she wakes up, beat up. She probably won't be able to do much for a few days, will impress things considerably. She's still awake short while later, but her health would now be 2. Because the idea is when you take damage over your health, let's say I have 12 DP and I take 14 damage, I will reduce my health by that amount. So instead of being 5, I would go down to 3. Ooh, nasty. Mr. Survival rolls do not heal. Lucky animals, namely growling ones with big gnashing teeth, have magical abilities that heal themselves. Cats don't have this benefit unless, of course, they have dog friends. It could happen. Now, magical abilities can restore lost health. Health may only recovered with time and rest. So, the entire idea is you're going to be recovering your health very slowly. That's kind of the idea. You restore 1 damage per night of rest and 1 health per night of rest, but it's kind of like you had to be consistently eating. And if you take too much damage, well, problem. Except if you're a cat. If you're a cat, you may die, but come back to life, because you have 9 lives. And that's it. Here's how to roleplay. Here's to be a kennel master. Things to keep in mind. You know, time tracking, very important. Experience and character improvement. It's stats, pretty standard way of doing things. Adventures, horses, mice, examples of other animals. Don't worry. It's you want cat breeds and shit like this? Yeah, go for it. The Bone of Truth. Junkyard. And Yeah, that's pretty much it. Is Woof Meow an interesting game? Yes, Woof Meow is an interesting game. Is it a good game? That's where things get a little bit more complicated. It is a product of 1988, written partially as a joke. If you actually would read through this game, which everything will be available probably by tonight, you're going to see some of the writing, and it's going to be like, they're kind of poking fun at it. They're making fun of things. You're making a joke over the fact that you are a fucking cat or you're a dog, and dogs are big and stupid, but cats are smart and can live. It's like, here's the magic abilities. Here's this. It's a product of 1988, and I think that kind of shows. And I wanted to end off on Woof Meow because it kind of shows some of the bigger, complicated aspects of this particular thing. Because that wraps up that wraps up the case. However, I wanted to go over one very important aspect, one very interesting thing that I thought was something of relative importance. And it's kind of a very simple idea, is that, while this is a kind of an untouched genre, this is a series of games that were about animal people, for God's sakes. It's about animals doing animal things, and you don't have thumbs, and it's also really fucking weird. Because it's difficult, like I said at the beginning of this case, it's very strange, hard, and almost impossible for us to kind of get into the mindset sometimes. It's hard to say, act like a cat. It's hard to say, act like a frog if you don't know frogs or you don't like cats. However, I say this as a counterpoint, is that it's a very fascinating one about learning about animals. About learning, about understanding. Cat Meow, Woof Meow, I should say, kind of showed more than anything that it's a. You can try to make the game about animals, but inevitably, there'll always be people playing animals, which has its own set of problems. That kind of concludes the case of games where you literally play animals, which is a curious, if bizarre, look at games that we don't really see very often, and maybe for good reason. Though I can technically do a second version of this case, which will literally be games where you play mice, because there are a stupid amount of those fucking games. Jesus. You know how many games you can play where you just play a mouse or something? It's insane. But now we're entering in my favorite part of the adventure, otherwise known as the Kickstarter Sadness Adventure. Yay! We love Kickstarter, right, everybody? It's my favorite time of day. Ah. But yeah, it's let's take a look. Let's see what we can find. STL. A Morkborg supplement. Wow, never seen one of those before. STL, ESP deck, STL, card game. Oh, a trivia game. STL, a trading card game. Ooh, trading card. 300. He wants $350,000. Oh man, brother, you are hilarious. You are fucking hysterical. Yeah, no, that is yeah, that ain't happening. That ain't happening. That's hysterical, though. You make me laugh. Good joke, Mr. Lucas. You really gave me a chuckle on that one. Not really a furry card game. I think it's just like werewolves and shit. Like, cool, whatever. War of Austrian Succession miniature. Kirby miniatures. Wait a second, Nintendo. I don't think you have the legal rights to do this outer space design. Wait a second. Wait a second. You can't do this. Wait a second. Outer space design. I remember you for some reason. Oh yeah, you were the guys who did the legally distinct Demon Slayer STLs that you weren't allowed to make of naked children. And you now are doing Kirby ones. Wow. Oh, is this legal? No, this is not legal at all. This is not legal in the fucking slightest. But it's also Mexico, so I doubt they actually have any... I doubt they're, like... Here's the thing. I don't think Kickstarter gives a shit. Like... as long as they get their cut, I do not think they give a shit what goes on here. But is this technically in violation of DMCA? Yes, this is technically in violation of DMCA because I have a 99% fucking chance. 99% chance. 99.9% chance this fucking Mexican guy does not actually have the license to make from San Francisco, no less. Because again, he's from San Francisco apparently, but he needs for some reason he's doing for Mexican dollars. I have there's a 0% chance he has the legal right to print these. 0 chance and sell them. And if he does, I would be phenomenally, amazed. It's not for tabletop. It never was for tabletop. 95% of like the STL statues you see are not for tabletop. They never are for tabletop. But here's the thing. You put it in the art section, you're going to get less eyes on it than if you put it in the tabletop gaming section. That's the reason why. That's why you see so many of these people putting it in like STL files that like do nothing. Like 95% of the time, no one is going to use these for anything other than their own minute. Like they want to make some, like a Maria de Jesus is actually very big on that. It's not for tabletop games. These are never for tabletop games. These are for personal things. You want to put them there because that is the smart place to put them. Westlands, a 2d6 system RPG core book. Get the core book for $1 and a $50 goal. Oh. Menagerie Press LLC. What have you made? 64? Wait. 2d6 based fantasy art, streamlined mechanics based on the Sword of Cephas Open Games license. Okay, so just a 2d6. Okay, this wasn't like offensively bad. Yeah, it's not like offensively bad. He just does 5e stuff. Like that, yeah. He decided he wanted to make a Traveler game, so he made a Traveler game, and that's it. Cool. Fine. Like, sure. Nothing exciting about this. Yeah, that's... Hard to have figures. Do you know how weebs are? Weebs are weird. Weebs have weird figurines. You know that. Come on. Plunder, card and coin. Oh, yeah. Like, here's the thing. These are 3D printable miniatures that you're probably never going to use for anything. You're doing this because you feel like it and you want to do some painting stuff. There's nothing wrong with it. Cool. That's fine. You want to do some miniature stuff. That's why I say, like, there should be a STL file. There should be like an STL section of Kickstarter. Or you can even put it under games. Because, like, here's the thing. Like, you can say, show me games, and then you can put it, like, right here, which is STL files. I would like that a hell of a lot more. But, like, the Tau City, huh? It's great. I love it. Pizza Games Collection. Inspired the Battle of Yokohama. They made their money. Almost there. Adventure begins here. Turf War Unicorn City. Location inspired, like, here's the thing. These are location inspired candles and matching dice sets. This has nothing to fucking do with tabletop games. Nothing. But you're doing it here because you want to sell your fucking candles and get some fucking Chessex dice, effectively. That's what you want to do. That's the plan. Fine. Put it as game accessories or something. I'll put it here, please. Yeah, like, what? Stack to die 3D printable dice tower. What? Why? What? For what reason? For what reason does this exist? It's like, an original sci-fi fantasy role-playing game. Count me the fuck in. Let's do it, boys. Let's see. Rad Zone Totality. Cool. Viking houses never will be used. Road decoration, more STL files. I hate STLs every time. A GM guide for any RPG. Remarkable here. Not any RPG. I don't know why people do this. This is not for any RPG. You know this. I cannot put the draconic fucking smiths in my World of Darkness game. This is not how this goes. It is for fantasy bullshit. You know this. That's a goddamn tiefling dragonborn, whatever the fuck. That's a dwarf. Can't put these in everything. Don't put it. Because there's more to games than compatible with any fantasy RPG. No. It's not even compatible with every fantasy RPG. It's compatible with 5th edition and the popular fantasy RPGs. Very different. Remember that, everybody. Always remember that. Den's new God and Han's powerful manifestations. Inspired by the action sequences of Castlevania, Avatar: The Last Airbender, and games like Monster Hunter and Outward. Fortune's D4 system. By the Fortune's D4 system. O-E... Yeah, it's 95% of the time when someone says it's for fantasy RPGs, what they're actually saying is it's for D&D and Pathfinder. Because those are the two fantasy RPGs that people play. So this was yesterday. Fortune's D4 system. I've never even heard of this. This is... It means bad. Let's see. So what is the finalized production of first edition? Oh, that's resource necessary. Primary black and white game book. 22K will produce a book in full color. That's Stardom arrived. Okay, we don't give a shit about your lore. I have former 8 cultures and 7 associated subcultures. A discipline or innate ability. Emergence, explorers gather range camps. Find allies. A barter. Once defeated, the creature may be harvested for valuable parts. And sorry, I was getting fucking bored. Okay, game mechanic. There we go. Culture's not race. That's not a game mechanic. Okay, right out the window. We don't need that. Okay, discipline's not class. Right out the window. Don't need it. Resources for balance and a few modifiers. Valuable modified Fortune D4 comes from limited renewable resource pools than static ability scores. Oh, I don't want to see that. I see it down there. I see it. I don't want it. Nova Darden, the players in this tier navigate a model for outcomes, agree on what success looks like, roll the dice, and apply resources if necessary. Oh. High failure, standard miss, standard success, double result, double one, standard miss, double twos and threes, standard miss, double four, high success. Oh. Okay, so we have white people, human people, red people, cat people, mystical people, psychic people, scary people, and robots. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything really too exciting with this one. I guess I'll keep a track on it. It's 12 grand. I mean, it's nothing too much. What the heck, Tulpas? Yeah, it's featuring a robust D4 system. It's not robust. It's a fucking D4. You roll 2D fucking 4 most of the time. I'm gonna be a wild guess. You're gonna roll 2D fucking 4. Radiation. Rad Zone. We're adding to them. So you've made a game called Rad Zone. What's Rad Zone? A solo roll and write print and play RPG. Cool, I guess. Neat. Let's see. The Roman Empire board game. TCG. Another TCG. Why? Why do you people keep making fucking TCGs? I don't get it. Adaptable encounters. $1 for the Demos Academy. Wow, a GM-less horror game. Wow, wow. I've seen a lot of this game. What have you made? Like, I've seen a lot of this. This Demos Academy, a horror role-playing game in a coloring book about adults returning to a creepy old boarding school. Oh, wow, that looks fucking rough. Yeah. Yeah, this looks, it's a coloring book. This looks kind of weird. Choosing the... I mean, I'm okay. I guess it exists. That's the thing. Like, I guess this game exists. I'm not, like, really into it, but I guess it's not... I wouldn't really call it a role-playing game, though, but okay, whatever. Cool, cool. No, bad, Ironside, bad. Bad, none of that. We are not oohing here. No oohing. The dungeon gets dark fantasy RPG. Let me guess. It's going to be. Is it? Let's see. Mercenary group selling your skills to the highest pair. Crunchy randomized creation. Skills, talents, and blessings. Using life path character creation with an OSR style combat mechanic. You played Space Kits and similar to that. Oh. Well, I'm not OSR again. It's another OSR. Like, yeah, I'm not really jumping at this one. It's like an OSR game, I guess. Oh, okay. Comedic RPG, super heroic, super villainy, and failure. All right. Familiar die tyrants, pathways. The real project we love, everybody. It's a project we love. That means it has to be high quality, Product, cyberpunk, augmented. Cool. OSR bestiary. Cool. Catapult Feud, Ukraine edition. We have the Ukraine edition here, everybody. Very important. That thing with the ring. Bouncy beach volleyball card game. Wow! Obviously, we need to do this. The pistol. Wait, I remember this. That came out a while ago. Exiles, Dark Phantom, Blood Touch, Exiles, Crawling Crescent Moon expansion. I don't know what Crescent Moon is, but I guess we'll click on that. Anything else really jumping at me? No. None of these really jumping at me right now. Nope. Where's the 5e for Ukraine? Yo, it's hard for Russia. Okay, so let's do staged heroism. Comedy action role-playing game about legacies and failures. Rules light love letter to Saturday morning cartoons. Oh god. High super heroics. Play hero, villain, secret agent, sidekick. Famous ancestors of personal history. Super technology, super powers. Comedic game design. Wow, look, it's comedy game design. I love comedy games. Comedy games are always weird. Like, oh, I mean, I've seen a few of these, and they always kind of look not good, but they kind of look like this. It always looks vaguely fascinating. I think that's the best way of saying it. This looks vaguely fascinating, not interesting, vaguely fascinating. He's the one who did this one. A puppet RPG. A bear puppet. At least call them something else. Okay, so what's stage heroism all about? Let me guess. It's going to be 2d10, add them. Okay, I mean, that's something. Sometimes spectacularly. Take sting out of those failures. Each time you blow it, you build up a currency. Cool, alright. I'm in. I like it. Cool. It seems a little bit funny. It seems a little bit interesting. Alright, I mean, I'm in. Kind of a funny concept. Pronouns in the bio as usual. Danger hair. Danger hair in need. Let's see. Oh god. Oh lord. Vaguely interesting. Nathaniel's most positive comment. Yes, there are people who spend a lot of time on Kickstarter, and what do you think people get the super backer award and shit like that? Like, one of the big things is that, like, when people usually talk about, like, oh, well, we're, you are watching one right now, yeah. No, but there are people who network on Kickstarter, because again, it's a networking thing. Where I back your thing, you back mine, we all kind of deal with each other. Well, I want to be interested here to back you so I can at you so you're going to do other things. It's an entire smorgasbord of people working together to talk about things. And people have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on fucking Kickstarter games. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, there is a... Yeah. Officially based on the music of Faith No More. Oh. Wait, Faith No More. What the fuck is it? Faith No More. The fuck is Faith No More? Let's do a little bit of looking, everyone. Oh god, they're a boy band. Well, it looks like they're like a rock band, like an 90s. Like 90s rock band, I guess. Let's keep pumping along. I mean, I can respect it. Respect the hub. I can respect the hustle. And they now officially have a role-playing game dedicated to them. Yep, that's a thing that exists. And it's powered by the fucking apocalypse. God help you. Self-contained, story-driven, pen and paper, inspired by the music of Faith No More. Album from 1989 entitled The Real Thing. Oh, that's painful. Not any of the recent stuff, the old stuff. I've backed a few things on Kickstarter. Like, just because I'm like, this seems interesting, or I want this. Like, yeah. First of a 5-part series. Themes of Angel Dust, King for a Day, and What? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Choose a playbook. Wow. Well, the architect, the artist, the criminal, the killer, the lover, the protector, the soldier, the stranger, the student, and a mystery. 10th playbook. Wow. It's probably going to be completely uninteresting to me. So, goodbye. Cyberpunk. Oh, Forged in the Dark. Wow. Content warning. This game touches upon sensitive topics like violence, oppression, cybernetic implants, and substance abuse. Mature players with mutual trust and safety tools in place. Well, amazing how you can immediately evaporate my interest. Finally, the game we need. The bouncy beach volleyball card game. What is this game about? Is gonna be a card like... Okay, 2 to 6, 3v3, 2v2, 1v1. All right. Beat it on the... So wait, so each round begins the player shuffling their chosen deck and choosing taking up the 6th card from their own deck. Each turn, they draw a new card from their deck and then play between 1 and 3 of the cards in hand to create a points total. Each card represents a girl passing or setting the ball, or teammate, or sending it, or to send it over the net. Pancake dive. Current team combined score is the opponent must match it or beat it, successfully return the ball. Okay. Finally, time to... A fucking course. Of course there is the Bounty Beach not safe for work content. Of course. Then the Maid Girls team expansion content. This is essential. We have the Maid Girls not safe for work content. What? What? Come on. Come on, man. I'm in. I'm invested now. Look, we got Shelby. We got Lily. Can't wait till we hit 50,000 for Envy. Don't you want Roxy? They have the Dacumer expansion pack. Oh my god. I love this game already. It's perfect, everybody. It's fucking perfect. What do you make? Tell me, what do you make? They've canceled everything except Dreamsy in an adult comic. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. This is the kind of game design we need in the sphere. Oh, God. Yeah, you've put this out before. Yeah, funding unsuccessful. This was, wait, March 2nd? Wait. Wait, March? Wait, no, wait. I could have swore I saw this months ago. Wait a second. I could have swore that this game already existed. I know for a fact that this was already a thing. I know for a fact this was already put out. What the fuck? I got a notification from who? Who are you? That's another one. I could have... I'm having a fucking nightmare here. I could have swore this game already came out. This game already... Like, even before, like in 2021, before the new year rolled around. Huh. Weird. It might have been the first one. But yeah, this is the 2D12 system. Yeah, and he just immediately... He literally relaunched it like a week after it failed. Is there a rule against this? It feels like there should be a rule. Weird. Weird. Fascinating stuff, though. Fascinating. That's all I gotta say. The Exiles, a dark fantasy RPG. Light touch exiles crawl their way out of hell in the Crescent Moon expansion. What's the Crescent Moon? Let's see. What have you made? Tell me, Emma Costa. Crescent Moon. Oh. Wait a second. An adventure RPG about children and their dreams, shadows, and discoveries for ZenQuest. ZenQuest. Inspired by Forged in the Dark. It's always inspired by Forged in the fucking Dark. So... yeah, it looks like it's just literally an expansion on top of their old game. Okay, that's fine, I guess. They always look the same. Okay, that's Kickstarter. I don't want to be sad anymore on Kickstarter. Now let's just be miserable together, everybody. Welcome to itch.io, otherwise known as the I kill and want to die every day I look here. Oh, God. Okay, through volleys made of pure silicon, build civilization. It's an OSR game, let me guess. Wait, no, it's just a... Oh, it's a new SR game. I understand. It's a new SR game with 2 stats. And I'm done now. Good day, everybody. Nope. We're not doing that one. Nope. Bunkost. An environmentalist cyber noir RPG. You can drive out nature with a pitchfork. Nope, not doing this one. The T-shelf. Oh, sweet Jesus. I wander home. No. Wait. Of Runeterra. Wait a second. I know Runeterra. That's the League of Legends world. I don't want to look at the League of Legends RPG. No! Not like this. I'm not going back. Random hats and their Arcanum for $1. Nice. That's kind of the... This is the kind of... Yandere Simulator. Look, everyone, it's Yandere Simulator. This is in no way going to backfire if I click on that link. Monster Slayer RPG. It's in Russian. Don't worry, everybody. Oh, sweet Jesus, it's in Russian. Russian language. Yep, it's in Russian. Can't. Nope. Go away, Russia. We can't like you here anymore. Remember that, everybody. You'll see the LOL RPG. No, I don't want to go back. Drama. What did the flower say? Wow, microscope actually made its way on here. You poor bastard. By Ben Robbins. It's interesting that it finally made its way on there. On itch. Because itch is becoming more and more like a big thing, which I feel is really sad for everybody involved because itch sucks. I hate itch. Literally, I just hate this fucking thing. But I can't escape this nightmare, for I live in a perpetual sadness-filled experience. Ugh, God. Russian. I'm not going insane, you fucked up. Vampire fish. Oh my god. Oh yeah, there's Czar Frontiers. I should get that one. Okay, now we're Love and Mutants. What's this one about? Will you fight the survival against mutated insects, harsh surrounding and other survivors, and lover mutants? Oh. Guess what, everyone? It's a one-page game based off of lasers and fucking feelings! Because it's always lasers and feelings! Is Microscope good? Microscope is a game tool. It is not a game. People seem to enjoy it. That's all I can say. I've never actually read it because it has zero interest to me. Absolutely none. Just like, okay. It's one of those things I look at and say, cool.jpg. That's literally all I can do. So it's like, cool, I guess, and then I leave and don't think about it. The only time, like, honestly, I think the only reason that people would, like, know a lot about Microscope is because the guy is really judicious when it comes to, like, uploading it. Like, you can't get it in any shared thread. Let's just say that. Like, you're not getting that. Czar Frontiers, otherwise known as the best game ever created. Let me just download that one real fast. This is Czar Frontiers. As you can tell, it's a very serious game about very serious things. I'm in. Let's do it. I think I already have this game, but I'll probably go over it one day. Rules light heist role-playing game. About what? Bold, cool idea. What if I just don't care? Ecopunk. Environmental cyber noir. Opt-in complexities and more additional dice pool system. Mind over mechanics. Classless characters. I don't know why that's like a big thing. Political sci-fi. Oh. Anytime you say political sci-fi, but don't worry, it'll still preserving a sense of humor. It's not going to preserve a sense of humor. Like, it very rarely does. It very, very rarely ever will. It's also $25, so no. Rune RPG. Yep, this is literally it. Wait, is this like an official game? Rune was created under legal jibberjab using assets owned by Riot Games. Does not endorse or sponsor this project. It will always be free. So yes, this is literally the League of Legends official tabletop role-playing game. That's also not legal. But it is. Wait. and you can buy a bunch of 2D and 3D tokens that you can print out right now. Oh my god. Wait a second. It's Portuguese. It's made by the Brazilians. God damn it, Brazil. You've done it again. The Brazilians made the League of Legends RPG. God damn it. Oh, the 24XS game. Wow. Look, everybody. It's a Dark Souls game. Look, everybody. It's Dark Souls. I like Dark Souls when I look at Legend of fucking Zelda. But hey, what do I know? That doesn't seem very Dark Souls. Yeah, don't you know the very intense Dark Souls vibes I get from this? Yeah, I don't know about you. I get some Dark Souls vibes. This really is the Dark Souls of fucking tabletop. God fucking damn it. Yeah, why do you call it dating? Yeah. Welcome to the world's first Souls-like dating sim. What does that even mean? Wait, step into a simulation mode set in the near future. No one can die and the world becomes a Souls-like beat-em-up arcade game. I hate you. I despise you. I think you are nothing but a cretin. I believe nothing you say. You are a goblin. You deserve to be sent to the pits of hell. Why? What does Souls-like add to this? Oh, I can't die. It's a fucking video game, man. You're playing fucking Scott fucking Pilgrim. Don't worry, I'll put Souls-like. The Souls-like doesn't mean anything here. Free me from this world. All I'm saying to anybody listening, give me a real job. Get me out of here. I'll do anything. I'll kill for you. I'll do anything. Ban me, I'll shoot it. Doesn't matter. Just get me the fuck out of this crab bucket. I will kill. Please. Please. I hate this. It's 2400. I hate this. I hate you. I hate this game. I hate everything. I hate itch. I hate itch. I hate itch. I hate it. Why can't I escape? Let me out. Let me out. Okay, so I'll call it there for today. Thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Inon, and this was the curious case of games where you play literal animals and I lose my fucking mind on Kickstarter, itch.io. So, there might be a stream tomorrow, there might not be. I don't know. I might talk, I might not. I want a Fishing Cruelty Squad. Monday we'll start formally on Midnight Anima, and yeah. I'll also probably get the cases up. We're only going to be voting on one case for next month because I'm going to do a PBTA case because I've backed up my PBTA cases and I need to do those. So, thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Godspeed and good luck. Goodbye.